Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
If you grew up in the 90s, you probably saw his face on a kid's show. Back then, he was the loud one, the funny one, the kid detective who solved mysteries in a fake middle school set, while a laugh track did half the work. I remember his voice in the background while I ate cereal on the floor. I remember the catchphrase, the freeze frame smiles, my mom muttering that the show made kids too hyper. I did not think about him again for almost 20 years. Until the night he paid me cash to pretend I did not hear the anchor hit the water. My name doesn't matter. I am not a cop, I am not a reporter. I am a guy who used to work night shift at a small marina off the highway, the kind of place you've probably driven past without even seeing it. Gas pumps, buzzing dock lights, a little office that smells like coffee, and bleach a break room with a flickering fluorescent, and a tiny TV stuck on local news. That was my whole world. For a few years, boats, ropes, diesel, and people who thought the water would give them some kind of new life. One of those boats belonged to a retired couple. They sold their house, moved onto a trawler, and spent their days chasing sunsets and cheap wine. They were saving up to move back onto land to be near their first grandchild. On paper, it sounded like one of those inspirational Facebook posts your aunt would share. They put up a for sale flyer on the office bulletin board. A week later, he walked in. The ex-child star. Older, covered in tattoos, but with the same TV smile. He said he had a YouTube channel about saving old boats. He had a pregnant girlfriend, a baby on her hip, and a duffel bag that was way too heavy to be camera gear. When he offered me a few $100 to come along on the sea trial, it felt like a lucky break on a slow week. Just an easy day on the water. Tie a few lines, answer a few questions, maybe get my face blurred out in some video, and laugh about it later. Instead, I ended up on the back of that boat, with my hand on a chain, listening to metal scream over the rail, and into 300 feet of black water. This story is not something I'm sending to the police. I'm sending it to you. 1.1, the night everything goes quiet. I am writing this for a horror channel, not the police. It is 1:12 a.m. right now. The time is burned into the corner of my screen in small white numbers just above the blinking cursor that keeps asking if I really want to type any of this out. I am in a one-bedroom rental that smells like old carpet shampoo and somebody else's cigarettes from 10 years ago. If you stood outside on the sidewalk and looked up, you would not notice my window. It is just another square of dim light on a row of cheap apartments along a state route nobody loves, only uses. The laptop is sitting on a wobbling kitchen table, the last tenant left behind. One leg has been propped up with folded junk mail and a menu from a pizza place that no longer delivers after midnight. My forearms are sticking to the fake wood surface because the air in here never really dries out. The wall AC unit rattling above the window does more noise than cooling. Behind me, the fridge hums. It has that deep, steady sound that fills the room without you realizing it until it stops. It kicks on runs, takes a breath, shuts off, and my brain rides that cycle the way some people ride ocean waves. Out on the state route, tires hiss on damp asphalt every few minutes, passing in long, low swells of sound. Someone somewhere has a motorcycle with a missing muffler and no respect for sleeping neighbors. Upstairs, the guy above me is pacing again. I have never seen his face, but I know his routine. He walks from bedroom to bathroom, bathroom to kitchen, kitchen to living room, back again. I can map the whole floor plan from the creaks and thumps through the ceiling. Once in a while, something small rolls across his floor and hits the wall directly above my headboard. I picture a bottle cap, a marble, a coin. Orange sodium light from the parking lot pushes through the blinds in thin, crooked lines and paints bars across my hands as I type. The glow outside never really goes away. Even at 3 in the morning, there is always at least one car pulling in or out, always one set of headlights sliding over the peeling railings. None of that is scary. It is just life. Cheap, tired, ordinary life. The scary part is the quiet. I did not notice it at first tonight. I was halfway through deleting the first version of this story when my fingers froze on the keyboard, and some small, prehistoric part of my brain realized something was off. The room felt different, like someone had stepped in and pressed a fingertip against every moving thing in my little world. The fridge was quiet. The AC was quiet. Even the cars outside seemed to have drifted away. No whoosh of tires, no distant revs, no bass from some kid's stereo leaking in through the walls. It was not the kind of quiet you get in the mountains, where you can still hear wind and insects and your own breath. This was a mechanical hush, like someone had reached into the guts of the building and flicked a hidden switch to off. I stopped breathing for half a second and listened. That is when I heard it. A tiny metallic tink, very soft from the direction of the back door. Not a knock, not a doorknob turning, just metal kissing metal. Like the smallest tap of something against the lock plate or the end of a chain link settling after a swing you did not see. It lasted less than a second. A pin drop in the middle of a dead factory. Then the fridge coughed back to life with a start. The AC fan clunked and whirred, and a car passed by outside with its tires slicing through a puddle. Upstairs, my invisible neighbor dropped something heavy, cursed, and shuffled across his floor. Everything came back at once. If it had been any other night, I would have told myself it was nothing. Pipes, the old metal door frame settling, maybe a shopping cart in the alley nudged by wind. You can choose from a long menu of explanations when you live alone and do not want to think about certain sounds. But tonight, with the cursor blinking in front of me and the subject line already typed out, story submission. The boat we didn't really sell. It did not feel random. It felt like a reminder. A little tap on the shoulder from something that has been following me since the last time I watched a man disappear beneath water that didn't do a single dramatic thing. No splash, no foam, no churn. Just a circle, then flat again. I have tried to write this story 3 times before. Each time I got as far as naming them. The couple, the boat, the man who bought it. And then I started to see everything again too clearly. The dock lights reflected in the black water. The yellow striping on the concrete ramp. The way his smile was the same as it had been on TV when I was a kid, just stretched across an older face. Every time my chest tightened up like a fist and my fingers went numb, and I told myself, you are not built for courtrooms and interrogation rooms. You are built for stacking life jackets and coiling wet rope and checking gas pumps at midnight. Every time I clicked, select all, and watched the words vanish. Nothing vanished 3 years ago. That is the problem. I am in my mid-30s. I was 27 when it happened. If you had met me, then you would not have remembered me the next day. I was that kind of person. Ball cap with a Marina logo, cheap sunglasses on a lanyard faded polo shirt with permanent salt stains around the hem. I smelled like diesel and bait shop, like sunblock and cheap coffee. I spent most nights on a dock in a town whose name you have probably flown over or driven past, without noticing, tying up boats for people who had worked their whole lives to afford something that floated. I liked that life. I liked the thud of hulls bumping against rubber fenders the rhythm of cleat hitches sliding tight under my hands. I liked the endless repetition of it. Now I work at a gas station off a different road. There are no docks, just stained concrete and flickering canopy lights and the steady beep of pumps. The hum of the fridge behind me is not from a bait cooler, but from rows of energy drinks and milk. The AC is still a wall unit that wheezes like a smoker. The neighbors are not live-aboard couples, but strangers passing through for cigarettes and lottery tickets. Different job, same noise, same cheap fluorescent world. Except for that hush. The first time I felt that particular kind of silence was not here in this apartment. It was on the water. On a bright, perfect morning when retired people were supposed to be living their dream and I was supposed to be earning a little extra cash for standing around on a boat while a former TV star pretended to care about engine maintenance. That morning ended with the sound of a chain being torn out of my hands and dragged down the side of a hull. This night started with a softer version of the same sound on the other side of my back door. You can call both of those coincidences if it helps. I know better. I keep glancing at the clock in the corner of the screen, at the minute that refuses to change, as if my computer is waiting for me to make a decision. I could still close this. I could still Ctrl+A delete stand-up, go to the fridge, pour myself a glass of tap water that tastes faintly like copper and chlorine and pretend to forget. If I had called the police 3 years ago, maybe this would just be a missing boat story. Some sad article on a local news site about beloved grandparents lost at sea. Maybe there would have been flowers left at the marina gate, candles, a picture taped to the bulletin board next to the tide charts. Instead, there is a couple still sitting on the bottom of that water, and I helped put them there. 1.2. The marina routine that felt like a life. 3 years before I ever heard that little metallic tink at my back door, the only sounds I really cared about were on the water. Back then, my world shrank to one place on the map, a small marina tucked under a highway bridge where the road threw a constant shadow over the first few slips, and the gulls screamed at dumpsters instead of open ocean. If you looked at a satellite image, it would just be a crooked line of wood and concrete reaching out into a dark smudge of bay. From down on the dock, though it felt like a whole city. I got the job in late spring. The manager, a guy named Rick with a permanent sunburn and a clip-on radio hanging from his belt, walked me down the main pier with a clipboard and a cigarette. He pointed with the cigarette more than with his hand. "This is a dock, all the little fishing boats," he said, ashes dropping onto the planks as we walked. "B is charter and party boats. C is where your live-aboards are. You'll spend most of your nights down there. They tip better." C dock was where the walkway jogged to the left away from the glare of the parking lot lights. The slips were numbered in fading white paint, C1, C2, C3, all the way down to C18 at the end, where the water was darkest and the pilings were slick with green slime. Each slip had its own little universe tied to it. A boat with a name, with a smell, with a story someone had told too many times over beers. The dock lights buzzed overhead, long tubes of sickly white behind plastic covers smeared with dead moths. One of them near C5 had a high-pitched whine that burrowed behind your eyes if you stood under it too long. The ice machine at the top of the ramp would clunk and moan whenever somebody punched in a 5-digit code, spitting out cloudy cubes into blue coolers for fishermen who swore they knew a secret spot nobody else had found. During the day, there was a constant racket. PA speakers crackled and blasted distorted names. "Party for the Johnson Deep Sea trip. Please check in at the office." Or "Captain Mike, your fuel is ready." Kids ran up and down the dock with life jackets half-zipped, their parents yelling after them to watch their step. The air was a mix of diesel exhaust from idling engines, the copper tang of blood at the fish cleaning table, and sunscreen slathered too thick on pale winter skin. My shifts started late afternoon and ran to midnight or later. They blurred into each other until all I had were pieces the feel of a damp line whipping against my hands, the sting of salt in cracks on my knuckles, the way my shirt stuck between my shoulder blades by 7 p.m. Every evening had a rhythm. First check the lines, walk every pier, tug on bow and stern ties, make sure nobody had left a boat hanging loose enough to drift and kiss its neighbor. Then the fuel dock, pump gas into tanks while old men in ball caps talked politics. They only half understood their voices blending with the steady chug of the pump. Sometimes the sun would be setting right over the gap between the jetties, throwing a streak of molten orange across the water, and they would pause mid-rant to squint into it and go quiet for a second. After that came the ice runs, wrestle 40-pound bags from the store freezer into a rolling cart, push them down to the charter boats, whose mates were already half drunk on the tips they expected to earn. They smelled like beer bait and too much cologne. Night kid, they'd say, clapping me on the shoulder, eyes already looking past me to the bachelorette party stumbling aboard in matching shirts. By 10, the party boats were gone, and the fishermen had either come back cursing or stayed out chasing one more bite. That was when the marina changed hands. It stopped belonging to tourists and started belonging to the people who actually lived on the water. The liveaboards. They weren't glamorous yacht owners. They were divorced guys in 50-foot sailboats with mildew in the head. Retired couples in trawlers cluttered with potted plants and wind chimes. A woman who worked nights at the hospital and slept days on a faded houseboat that never left its slip. They walked the dock in flip-flops, carrying laundry baskets and grocery bags, calling each other by boat names instead of last names. "Hey, sea breeze, you got a light morning blue heron, how's the generator?" At night, the soundscape narrowed down. The bait shop fridge hummed a note just a little higher than the soda cooler compressor in the marina store. Those two sounds built a low mechanical harmony you only noticed when one of them cut out. Halyard lines tapped lightly against aluminum masts in an uneven rhythm as the wind shifted a soft clink, clink, clink that you could almost mistake for someone playing with change in their pocket. Out beyond the breakwater, the highway threw a constant hiss across the water tires on asphalt, like distant surf that never changed. That was my playlist. I grew so used to it that I could tell where I was on the property with my eyes closed. The heavier, chest-deep vibration of the frozen bait freezer meant I was behind the shop. The thin whine of that one bad dock light meant I was near C5. The sudden absence of the highway hiss meant a storm was coming in, or the wind had swung around and dragged a different city's noise across the bay. The first night, I saw the slow dance. I noticed the light before the boat. I was hauling an empty ice cart back up from a dock, wheels rattling over the seams between planks, when a warm yellow glow spilled out at the far end of Sea Dock. It was the kind of light you see in living rooms in old movies. Soft, golden, like everything inside must be nicer than it is. Most of the boats had harsh LEDs or flickering fluorescents. This was different. Curious, I parked the cart and walked down. As I passed each slip, names slid past in vinyl letters and peeling paint. See ya later, no worries, second chance. Then I reached C14 and stopped. Slow dance. The name was painted in a simple script on the stern of a 42-foot trawler with a cream hull and a rub rail that had seen more pilings than it wanted to. There was a little wear and tear on her, rust streaks here and there, some chipped varnish on the handrails. But the lines were solid, the kind of boat that looks like it could push through anything at 5 knots and not complain. Through the salon windows, I could see the source of the light, 2 table lamps with yellow shades, one at each end of a built-in couch. Between them, a man sat at a small table with a bundle of cables and a screwdriver in his hands, head-down glasses sliding down his nose. A woman moved back and forth in the background, stirring something on a tiny stove, opening a cabinet, tapping a spoon against a pot. The door slid open, and the man looked up. "Evening," he called out, voice carrying over the dark water between us. He was in his 50s with a thick head of gray-shot hair and the kind of tan you only get from fixing things in the sun. He wore a faded t-shirt that said Harbor Electric across the chest, in letters almost rubbed away, and reading glasses dangled from a cord when he pushed them up onto his head. There was something solid about him, like the boat. Not fancy, but built to last. "Hey," I said. "Just making rounds." "You folks all settled in, getting there," he said. "Name's Mark." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "That's Eileen. We're the new neighbors." Eileen stepped into the doorway next to him, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She was shorter than he was. Her hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing hospital scrub pants and a t-shirt from some 5K run. Her face was already lined around the eyes, but the lines all pointed in the direction of smiling. "Hi," she said, and I could hear the smile in her voice as much as see it. "We're probably going to ask you a million stupid questions for the next month." "That's what I'm here for," I said. "Dockhand. Fuel lines, ice dumb questions. I got you." She laughed at that, a quick, bright sound that bounced off the pilings and came back softer. Later, I would learn pieces of their story in broken-up conversations on slow nights. How Mark had done 30 years as an electrician for the school district, crawling through hot attics and under bleachers. How Eileen had worked operating rooms standing on her feet, 12 hours at a time, holding people's insides together while surgeons argued about music. They had sold the house when the last of their kids moved out, bought this boat, decided to chase the coast instead of mowing the same lawn every Saturday. They went south in winter, north in summer, always drifting back to our little marina, because in Mark's words, it feels like a place that won't judge an old boat for creaking. They called Slow Dance their last house. They slept better with the gentle rock of the tide than they ever had on land. They invited me aboard a few times at the end of my shift, handed me a beer, told me about sunsets off Georgia Fog, off the Carolinas Dolphins racing their bow wake in Florida. When they talked about going back to land, it was always for one reason: grandkids. "One more season," Eileen would say, tapping her fingers on the table. "Then we find a little house near the baby and be boring parents for a while." I believed them. I believed in them. Back then, I thought they were the safest people I knew on that dock, which is why I still do not understand how I let them walk straight into him. 1-3. The couple. Everyone wanted to be on most evenings if you walked down Sea Dock after the charter boats had come back and the bachelorette parties had staggered off to Uber rides. You could find the life every tired person on shore secretly wanted, sitting right there at slip C14. You would know you were getting close before you saw the boat. The sounds gave it away. First, the soft, lazy twang of old country music, leaking out over the water from a Bluetooth speaker. Not the rowdy bar kind, just those slower songs about trucks and back roads and people who never lived near an ocean but sang like they had. Then the gentle clink of ice against glass as somebody stirred a drink on the aft deck. Under your feet, the dock would give a long, slow creak, wood flexing over black water. Somewhere down there, the bay would slap against the trawler's hull in small, regular hits, like an open palm against a door no one was in a hurry to answer. That was Slow Dance's soundtrack. My job had me walking past it a dozen times a night. Some passes were just that. A glance at the lines, making sure the bow and stern were still snug, checking that no idiot in a wake-throwing speedboat had loosened anything. But more often than not, just passing turned into come aboard for a minute. I would be pushing the empty ice cart back toward the store, breath still a little short from hauling 40-pound bags, when Eileen's head would appear over the transom. She had a knack for popping up exactly as I came into view, like she had a motion sensor wired to my footsteps. "Hey, you eaten yet?" she'd call. 9 times out of 10, the answer was no. "Come get the other half of this," she'd say, already reaching inside. Mark thinks he needs a full sandwich, but he doesn't. So I'd set the cart brake step across the small gap from dock to swim platform and climb up onto their little rear deck. There would be a plate waiting on the tiny table, half a toasted turkey melt, or the last slice of pizza from the marina bar, or a hamburger cooked on the world's smallest propane grill. Next to it, a mug of coffee so strong the steam alone could keep you awake. Inside the salon with its low ceiling and mismatched cushions, Mark would be half buried in wires again. One night, it was a tangle of speaker cable he was trying to route through the bulkhead. Another night, he had the panel under the helm seat, open flashlight wedged in his mouth, as he traced some stubborn breaker that kept tripping. "Guy before us wired this thing like a Christmas tree," he grumbled once, not looking up. "Every time I think I've got it sorted, something else flickers." Eileen just rolled her eyes and sipped her drink. "He loves it," she said. If everything worked, he'd be bored. Sometimes I sat out back with her, instead of hovering over Mark's latest project. On those nights, the 3 of us would line up in cheap folding chairs, facing the dark shape of the channel drinks, sweating on the little plastic table between us. The highway bridge arched out of the darkness to our left, its concrete pilings sunk like gray teeth into the water. Every so often, a semi would thunder across it, the sound rolling over us like slow thunder. "That one's hauling lettuce," Mark would say, without even looking. "You can hear the refrigerated trailers a mile away." Eileen would laugh, the sound soft and easy. "He thinks he knows everything that crosses that bridge," she told me, but she always asked, "Okay, what do you think that one's got?" when the next set of headlights moved overhead. Their son came up a lot. He lived inland working logistics for some big warehouse operation, off an interstate I'd only ever seen on weather maps. They talked about his job like it was more complicated than anything they did on the boat. Algorithms and freight lanes and inventory flow. Eileen would get this faraway look when she described him juggling trucks and containers and deliveries. He used to line up his Hot Wheels cars in perfect rows, she said once, ice cubes ticking slowly around the inside of her glass as she swirled it. Now he's just doing it with actual money. They had pictures of him tucked into the corners of the cabin, taped above the galley sink, clipped to the edge of a bookshelf. In all of them, he looked like some version of both of them at once. His father's shoulders, his mother's eyes. In the newer ones, he stood next to a woman with a wide-open smile and a nervousness in her posture that said she was still getting used to being in the family photos. When the talk turned to the grandbaby, though, the joking fell away. "One more trip," Mark said that summer more than once, tapping his knuckles on the cabin table like he was sealing a deal. "We run south, hit a couple of our favorite spots, then back here. We'll sell this tub, find a little ranch house somewhere within a half hour of them, and harass them every weekend like good parents should. I'll mow their grass. Eileen will criticize their curtains." Eileen smiled into her coffee. "He thinks he's kidding," she said. "He's not. I can't wait to be the annoying grandma." Those nights felt safe. There is not a better word for it. Out there, the world shrank to the triangle of dock, boat, and water. The marina office lights were a distant glow. The bait shop fridge hummed away up the pier, joined by the faint buzz of insects bumping themselves to death. against the store's neon beer signs. The halyard lines on the sailboats across from us tapped lazy rhythms against aluminum masts, clink, clink, clink with every gentle shift of wind. The dock under our feet answered with slow creaks as the tide changed, letting us know that something bigger than all of us still moved underneath. Every now and then, a fish would break the surface under the hull, slapping water against fiberglass in a single wet smack that made Eileen jump and Mark chuckle. "He's just checking if we've dropped anything worth eating," he'd say. There was one night in particular that sticks in my mind, not because anything bad happened, but because of how completely nothing bad did. I was on my last walkthrough before clocking out, the sky already black, the air heavy with that damp chill that creeps in after midnight on the water. Sea Dock was quiet, except for the usual sounds, distant highway hiss, ice machine ticking, as it refroze a fresh layer, the occasional slap of rope against hull. As I came up on C-14, I saw the Slow Dances salon glowing like usual. Eileen's silhouette moved back and forth past the windows, her head turning as she listened to something Mark was saying from out of sight. The little Bluetooth speaker played a song I half recognized, an old George Strait ballad about some woman he'd clearly done wrong. I lifted a hand in a half wave as I walked by. Eileen must have caught the motion out of the corner of her eye because she reached up to the wall next to her and flipped a switch. The cabin lights went out all at once. For the briefest second, the boat was just a darker shape against other dark shapes, the windows black squares. My chest tightened in a quick, stupid flash of alarm, as if something had snuffed them out. Then Eileen's laugh floated out through the open hatch, cutting cleanly through the night. "Wrong one," she said, voice bright. A second later, a different switch clicked, and the lamps blinked back on, pouring warmth into the cold dock air. Mark's voice rumbled something I could not quite catch, and she laughed again, softer this time. Everything went on. I walked past, finished my rounds, locked up the office. I drove home under the same highway bridge that stretched out over the bay, the marina lights shrinking in my rearview mirror. I did not know that was one of the last ordinary nights. If you ever drove over that bridge on Highway 17 and looked down at the marina at night, you might have seen their boat. From up there, it would have just been a cluster of small lights in a row, another little floating house among many. You would not know it, but if you were looking straight down, you were also looking straight at them, 300 feet below, still chained to what we used to call the spare engine. And I am the reason they are there. I helped. 2.1. Why I liked night shifts more than people. Before I ever worked at the marina, I already knew what it felt like to live inside other people's noise. I grew up in a one-story house that backed up to a busy street. There was never any real quiet there either, just different kinds of sound. Cars going by. Dogs barking at nothing. The TV always on whether anyone was watching it or not. My dad wasn't around much, and then one year he was just not around at all. No big announcement, no suitcase by the door. Just fewer boots in the hallway, fewer beer bottles in the trash, fewer arguments through the thin bedroom wall. By the time I was 10, the only adult voice in the house was my mother's, and she spent most of her time arguing with people who were not physically present. Judges on daytime court shows, hosts on talk shows, anchors on the local news. She cleaned houses during the day, came home smelling like other people's lemon cleaner, and candles kicked her shoes off, turned on whatever rerun was playing, and smoked by the kitchen window with the fan pointed the wrong way. The TV did a lot of heavy lifting in that house. It laughed at its own jokes, so my mother didn't have to. It sang jingles about microwavable dinners and cereal. It shouted about sales on things we would never buy. I did homework to the sound of laugh tracks, game show buzzers, and canned applause. I fell asleep on the couch more nights than my own bed, blinking up at glowing faces that pretended they were in my living room. Child actors with perfect teeth solved fake problems in 22 minutes, while my mother muttered about real ones in the background. The nights when the TV went off were worse. Then you could hear the house complaining, the fridge kicking the pipes in the wall, ticking as they cooled the neighbor's dog scratching at the fence. That was when you became aware of how thin the walls were, how close the street actually ran to your bedroom window, how every car that passed could see the blue glow from your TV and know you were still awake. I think that is when I started trusting machinery more than people. Machines made sense. They had patterns. You could tell when something bad was coming because the sound shifted. The fridge would whine higher before it died. The fan would rattle before a blade snapped. People, on the other hand, could switch from calm to screaming in one breath without giving you any warning at all. So when I got old enough to work and accidentally stumbled into a job where most of my time was spent listening to machines instead of talking to customers, it felt less like a coincidence and more like gravity. At the marina, the office had a little break room tacked onto the back. Calling it a room was generous. It was more like someone had found extra space in the blueprint and jammed a refrigerator and a table into it, so they wouldn't have to build a real lounge. The walls were the color of wet cardboard decorated with old safety posters and 2 faded no smoking signs that everyone ignored when Rick wasn't around. There was a microwave on a steel shelf that beeped too many times after finishing a coffee maker that never really turned off, just simmered itself into a burnt smell by 9 p.m. And a mop bucket in the corner that always seemed to be full of gray water, even on days no one had mopped. The air in there was a permanent mix of chlorine, old coffee, and reheated burritos. My favorite part of that room wasn't any of that, though. It was the wall with the monitor. 4 black and white boxes shared one old screen, each showing a slice of the marina, the fuel dock, the main gangway, the parking lot, and the far end of the sea dock. The cameras were grainy and cheap, the kind that made even bright afternoons look like cloudy evenings. At night, the dock lights blew out into white halos, and anything beyond them drowned in black. There was something comforting about knowing I could sit there with a paper cup of coffee and watch the whole place breathe. I could see taillights pull into the lot before the bell on the office door rang. I could see masts sway on sea dock, even when the wind at my back felt still. I could see which boats had their cabin lights on and which ones had already turned in. When business slowed down later in the evening, I'd take my 15-minute break in that little room. I'd nuke whatever was left from lunch, listen to the microwave whine up and then fall silent with a satisfied beep, and sit in the metal chair that wobbled on one short leg. Above me, the fluorescent tube in the ceiling flickered now and then, a faint stutter in the light that came with a tiny electrical click from the ballast. I learned the personality of that click. When it was sharp and fast, the tube would stay steady. When it was slow and double-tapped, I knew the whole light was going to cut out for a second, and then come back brighter. It was stupid, probably paying that much attention to the quirks of a lamp, but it was easier than listening to the drunk guy in the office trying to argue a fuel discount with Rick. That's what I liked about night shifts. The people faded, and the machines took over. After 10 p.m., the calls stopped coming in on the office phone, the store closed, and all that was left was maintenance and watch duty. It was like being a security guard in a place where your main job was to make sure nothing changed. One night, a few months before everything went bad, I was in the break room rinsing out the coffee pot. It was just before 11. I'd already done my last dock walk for the hour, tightened a loose line on a sailboat at B7, and told a group of college kids hanging off a party boat that no, they could not jump into the channel and just swim a little because they'd end up in the prop wash of a shrimp trawler. The bait fridge hummed on the other side of the wall. The soda cooler compressor in the store cycled on and off in a lumpy rhythm. The ice machine by the ramp thumped every few minutes, dropping fresh cubes into its own empty stomach. All that noise was just there. The same way heartbeat is there. Constant enough that you don't notice it until it stops. I dumped out the old coffee, filled the pot with water from the sink, and when I turned back, the fluorescent overhead went through its little routine. The light dimmed just a fraction. The ballast behind the plastic cover made that soft double click, and for a heartbeat, everything went gray. Then it came back. What didn't come back for a second were the other sounds. The bait fridge had gone dead quiet. The soda cooler was silent. Even the distant highway hiss that usually crept in through the cinderblock walls seemed to have been dialed down to nothing. The only sound in the whole room was the thin trickle of water still running from the tap into the coffee pot. I froze one hand on the edge of the counter. The air felt suddenly heavier the way it does in a house when the power goes out and all the machines shut their mouths at once. Except the light above me was still on. The monitor on the wall was still glowing. I turned my head towards it, a slow, hesitant movement. Like maybe if I did it too fast, I'd scare something off. All 4 camera views were still there. Fuel dock, gangway, parking lot, sea dock, no glitching, no blank screens. I told myself I'd hear the hum kick back in any second, that this was just some weird cycle overlap, compressors pausing together, timers resetting. But the silence stretched a thin rubber band being pulled between my ears. On the sea dock feed, something moved. Or maybe it had been standing there the whole time, and I just now noticed. At the far end of the dock where C-18 met the dark like a blunt finger pushed into oil, there was a shape. A person-sized shape standing at the very edge facing out toward the black channel. No defining features, no shine of eyes, no flash of reflective tape. Just an upright smear, darker than the dark around it. Nobody had any business out there at that hour. The liveaboards might come and go late, but they did it with flashlights and the clatter of footsteps, the scrape of coolers, and the clink of bottles. This figure stood too still, too quiet. I found myself leaning closer, squinting at the little box on the screen. The silence in the room wrapped tighter. The hair on my arms prickled. "Hey," I said out loud before I realized I was talking. My voice sounded wrong in the small space, too loud against the hush. I blinked. When my eyes opened again, the end of Sea Dock was empty. The figure was gone. The dock light at C-18 still buzzed its halo of white, stretching just far enough to lick the tops of the pilings. The water at the edge was calm, dark, featureless. No ripple where someone might have jumped in. No shadow of a person walking away. Behind me, the bait fridge shuddered and roared back to life, the compressor kicking on with a low groan. The soda cooler answered a second later. Somewhere out on the dock, the ice machine clunked and dropped a fresh batch into its own plastic bin. The highway hiss seeped back through the walls, soft and constant. I stood there staring at the monitor, heart thumping hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. Logic tried to line up its explanations. Camera glitch, bug on the lens, my own reflection, at a weird angle, and pin them over what I'd just seen. They fit, more or less. They always do if you push them hard enough. I turned off the tap, poured fresh water into the coffee maker, and told myself nothing happened. You saw nothing. That night I took one extra walk down Sea Dock before I went home. I told myself I was just checking lines before the wind shifted. I walked all the way to C-18, where the dock narrowed to a thin tongue, and the water on both sides pressed in close. I stood on that last square of wood and looked out at the black channel, breathing in diesel and salt and something that might have been sewer. No one was there. I told myself I liked night shifts because they were calmer, because machines were simpler than people, because you could hear trouble coming if you knew what to listen for. I did not know yet that sometimes the first warning you get is not a sound you recognize, but the moment those sounds disappear altogether. 2.2. The sign that went up on the bulletin board. The day they decided to sell the boat started with a piece of paper the size of my hand. It was late afternoon, still hot enough that the aluminum handrails on the dock could burn your palm if you grabbed them too long. I was in the office pretending to organize a stack of fuel receipts when the bell over the door chimed and Eileen walked in. She was out of uniform for once. No scrub pants, no hospital ID badge, just jeans and a t-shirt with the Marina's logo on it, the same one I wore like she'd decided to cosplay as a local instead of a visitor. She had her phone gripped so tight in one hand that her knuckles were almost white. "Do you have a minute?" she asked. Rick was out back yelling at a vendor about prices on bait, so technically I had many minutes. I nodded and stepped around the counter, wiping my hands on my shirt, even though they weren't really dirty. Eileen didn't say anything at first. She just unlocked her phone, tapped a few times, and held it out to me. The screen was filled with gray and white and static-looking swirls that my brain didn't want to turn into anything at first. Then my eyes found the little black oval, the brighter smudge inside it, the faint outline of something that was almost a profile. I'd seen ultrasound pictures before in commercials and online, and tacked to the break room fridge when someone I barely knew was expecting. Seeing one under the fluorescent buzz of our office between a rack of branded keychains and a shelf of boat wax was different. "Our son sent it this morning," she said, voice already trembling in that tight, breathless way people get when they're trying not to cry from happiness. They heard the heartbeat. 11 weeks. Her hand was actually shaking. Just slightly, but I felt the little tremor through the phone as I held it. "That's... wow," I said, because my vocabulary decided to step out for a cigarette at that exact moment. "That's amazing." She laughed, one short, choked sound. "We have been racing storms and customs officers and mechanical failures for years," she said. I did not think a blurry blob on a screen could scare me more than any of that. But here we are. She took the phone back and looked at the picture again for a second, like she wanted to make sure it hadn't vanished in the last 20 seconds. Then she locked the screen and slipped it into her back pocket, squaring her shoulders like she was about to lift something heavy. "Mark and I talked," she said. "We think it's time." Time for what I asked, though I already knew. To let somebody else have their little adventure, she said. "We want a small house near that baby, not across 2 days of driving and one dodgy flight." There was a bulletin board on the wall across from the counter just inside the door. It held the usual mix of sun-bleached business cards and curling flyers, a captain advertising offshore charters. A notice about a lost cat that had probably died months ago. A poster with the tide charts that somebody had scribbled notes on in blue pen. Eileen walked over to it and stared at the pushpins for a long moment, as if they might rearrange themselves into something that could make this easier. "Do you have a printer?" she asked. I helped her put together the flyer. It felt like an act of betrayal, even as I admired how nice we made it look. We pulled up a picture of Slow Dance on the office computer. One I'd taken on a clear morning when the water was flat and the boat's reflection was almost perfect. Eileen emailed it over, and I dropped it into a simple layout photo on top, bold text underneath. "For sale, Fortu Trawler Slow Dance, turnkey live aboard." Below that, we listed the things that sounded like promises: well-maintained diesel engine, recent bottom paint, newer batteries, full galley, sleeps 4 comfortably. Perfect for a couple chasing the coast. At the bottom, Eileen gave me a phone number with an area code that didn't match our town. It was the one I'd seen Mark dial for their son 100 times, thumb pressing 9, then 1, then a sequence my brain had memorized without trying. They wanted all the calls to go through that phone, she said. No missing anything. How much do you think she asked, chewing her lip? I shrugged. I'm not a broker, I said. But I know what people around here ask. You've got the live aboard setup, the upgrades. You could shoot high. She named a number that made my eyes widen, then immediately dropped it by 10 grand before I could say anything. It feels wrong to ask for more than that, she muttered. It feels greedy. I thought about telling her people with far worse boats asked for far more without a second thought. Instead, I just typed the number in. The printer whirred, stuttered, and spat out the first copy. The ink was a little streaky at the edges, but the picture of slow dance still looked good enough to make something in my chest pinch. We pinned it to the board with 2 blue push pins. One in the top left corner, one in the top right. The paper curled away from the cork slightly at the bottom, as if it wanted to back out of this whole idea. That's that, Eileen said, stepping back. She exhaled like she'd just finished a very long shift. Now I guess we see who shows up. I watched her walk back down the gangway towards Sea Dock, the late sun catching in her hair. She moved like someone who had made a hard choice and was going to stand by it even if it hurt. The marina felt different after that, in a way that's hard to explain without sounding dramatic. Nothing had actually changed yet. The same boats rocked in the same slips. The same gulls screamed at the same overflowing trash cans. The PA system still crackled to life every hour with Rick's voice mangled by cheap speakers. But in my head, one of the background sounds had already been queued up for removal. I realized how much of the place I now associated with them. The snatch of country music on still nights. Eileen's laugh when a fish slapped the hull at just the right moment in a story. Mark's low rumble drifting out of the cabin as he cursed at a stubborn wire. Slow dance wasn't just a shape at C-14 anymore. It was part of the marina's soundtrack, and someone had just announced the track was being cut from the rotation. That first night after they put the flyer up, I walked past their slip more times than my rounds strictly required. Work gave me excuses: check this line, shine a flashlight under that hose connection, make sure the shore power cable wasn't sagging into the water. But really, I just wanted to hear them. As the sky bled from orange to purple to black, the wind came up a little, pushing a low, constant sigh through the rigging of the sailboats. Halyard lines knocked against masts in uneven rhythms, clink, 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 then pause, then clink again. The VHF radio at the fuel dock hissed with static, broken by the occasional burst of chatter from some far-off boat, calling in a position report. Sea Dock was calmer. The dock creaked under my boots in long, complaining groans, the boards flexing as the tide pulled at the pilings. The air smelled like the inside of a bait bucket and the last fry basket someone had dumped overboard at the bar. When I reached C-14, the salon curtains on Slow Dance were half drawn, leaving a bright strip of yellow across the water. The sound drifting out wasn't music this time, but the high synthetic cheer of a game show audience. A host's voice boomed something about spinning a wheel. Bells rang, people clapped. Through the window, I could see Mark and Eileen squeezed together on the small couch. Mark had one arm thrown around the back fingers, idly tapping her shoulder. Eileen was leaning forward, eyes on the TV, grinning like an idiot every time someone won a trip or a car she had no use for. They looked normal. Tired, comfortable, a little sunburned, perfectly at home in their floating living room. Like the kind of couple you put in a brochure for retirement planning to convince people all of this work would be worth it. For a second, watching them framed in that rectangle of warm light, I had the stupid urge to walk up, knock on the hull, and tell them not to do it. To forget the flyer, keep the boat visit the grandkid once a year instead of every week. Anything to keep this little universe from shutting down. Instead, I just walked by. The wind picked up, tugging at my shirt, making the dock sway a little under me. The halyards on the sailboats across the way chimed their random hollow tune against aluminum. The VHF crackled something unintelligible, then settled back to its soft static. Somewhere out in the shipping channel, a horn blew a long, lonely note. The next morning, when I came in for my shift, there were already 2 little tear-off tabs missing from the bottom of the flyer on the bulletin board. By the end of the day, half of them were gone. People had taken pictures of it with their phones, asked questions at the counter, lingered a little longer than usual at the office door to stare at the photo of slow dance under that bold black "for sale." The flyer did not stay up long. Someone called about it within days. My manager said it was some YouTube guy with cash. I did not know yet that I had technically grown up with his face in my living room. 2.3. The day he walked in. The day he walked in, the sky over the marina looked like a bruise. Storms rolled in fast off the bay that time of year. One minute you were squinting into hot white sunlight, the next minute the horizon had turned a greasy purple, and the wind started pushing old receipts and plastic bags down the parking lot like it was suddenly late for something. I was in the office alone, half-heartedly restocking a rack of overpriced sunglasses, when the first crack of thunder hit. The sound rolled across the roof and rattled the thin glass in the front windows. A sheet of rain followed it, slamming against the metal overhang so hard it sounded like someone dumping gravel. Water streaked down the glass in thick, racing lines, smearing the world outside into gray and darker gray. The neon open sign in the window flickered as the lights dipped for a second. The buzzing transformer behind the red letters made an angry higher whine, then settled back into its usual steady hum. The AC unit in the wall groaned as if offended by the extra work. "Come on," I muttered, glancing up at the fluorescent tubes over my head. "Do not pick now to die." At least the power stayed on. The CCTV monitor on the wall opposite the counter glowed dimly, its 4 little black and white windows showing 4 blurred versions of the same storm rain slanting across the fuel dock. Rain beating on the empty gangway, rain bouncing off the asphalt in the parking lot. C-Dock was just a ghostly suggestion of pilings and lines the far end swallowed in static and distance. I leaned on the counter, watching the parking lot camera out of habit. There was no reason for anyone to come down in this. Even the die-hard fishermen knew better than to launch in the middle of a thunderstorm with metal rods sticking up out of their boats like lightning invitations. That was when the headlights cut across the lot. They came in from the highway side, 2 bright white cones moving through the curtain of rain. The cameras made them look even harsher, smearing them into glowing blobs that washed over the other shapes on the screen. The car turned in under the marina's crooked sign and rolled slowly toward the office. Even through the grainy feed, I could tell it was new. Clean lines, smooth paint, no dents. A white SUV, shiny enough that even the bad camera picked up the way water slid over its hood. I watched it pull right up to the spot closest to the door, the one with yellow letters painted on the asphalt that said 15 men parking only. Nobody ever obeyed that, but it still annoyed me on principle. The car stopped. Wipers kept going for a few seconds more, then clicked off. The driver's door opened and a man stepped out into the rain. I saw the jeans first. Dark, probably expensive, not yet assaulted by bleach or fish blood. Then the sneakers. Not work boots, but the kind of shoes people bought after reading too many best everyday sneaker articles. He had on a dark hoodie hood, up shoulders, hunched against the downpour as he closed the door and jogged under the overhang. The camera didn't catch the tattoos. The camera didn't catch the lines around his eyes. The camera didn't catch the way he moved, half casual, half performing. But when he reached the office door and the bell above it jingled and I saw his face full on, I felt something in my stomach drop in a way that had nothing to do with thunder. He was older, obviously. Late 20s, maybe early 30s. His jaw had filled out. There was scruff on his cheeks, where years ago there'd just been baby-smooth skin. The hair was shorter now, styled in that effortless, I spent 20 minutes making it look like I didn't try way. There was ink winding under the edge of his hoodie sleeves, black lines disappearing up his forearms. But beneath all that, under the grown-up trimmings, his face was the same face that had yelled at me through our old TV when I was a kid. I knew that nose, those eyes, that particular smile. It was the smile more than anything. He flashed it at me as he shook the rain off his sleeves. Bright, wide teeth, straight and TV white. It was the kind of smile that had always come with a blast of canned applause and a cheesy guitar riff. It took my brain a second to dig up the title of the show. It had been one of those cheaply produced kids programs they ran on weekday afternoons. A group of middle schoolers solving mysteries in their school, missing homework, stolen mascots pranks gone wrong. Every episode wrapped in under half an hour, every moral underlined twice and delivered straight at the camera. My mother hated it. She'd come home from cleaning houses to find me sprawled on the living room carpet bowl of stale cereal at my side eyes glued to the screen, while this kid and his friends ran around shouting and pointing fingers. "This show makes kids stupid and loud," she'd say, flicking ash into an empty mug. "Turn it down or turn it off." I almost never did. Back then, he was the loud one, the fearless one. The kid who'd march into the principal's office with his hands on his hips and accuse the janitor of something silly, then grin at the audience when he was proven right. He had a catchphrase I could still hear if I tried hard enough, some corny line he'd deliver right before the ending freeze frame. Now he was standing in front of me, dripping on our cracked linoleum, shaking rain from the edge of his hoodie. "Hey man," he said as if we'd met before. His voice was a little deeper, but it still carried that same bright, easy rhythm. "Sorry about the weather. I'm looking for whoever's in charge of that trawler for sale." Slow dance. For a second, all I could do was stare. Then the autopilot I'd built over years of customer service kicked in. Yeah, I said, straightening up. "You're in the right place. Mark and Eileen's boat. My manager's out back, but I can get him. You hear about the flyer." He grinned again, glancing past me at the bulletin board where the "for sale" sign hung corners beginning to curl. "Yeah, man," he said. "Saw that picture, fell in love." "I'm Tyler, by the way." He stuck out his hand over the counter. "I called earlier." When he said his name, something clicked the rest of the way into place. Not just the face, the credits. The scrolling white letters at the end of each episode, the way my eyes had followed that one particular name down the screen because he'd been the star. Tyler Brooks. I took his hand. It was warm, solid, calloused enough to plausibly belong to someone who did projects instead of just posing for cameras. "I used to watch you after school," I heard myself say, then immediately wanted to swallow the words back down. He laughed, not annoyed at all. If anything, he seemed pleased. "Yeah," he said. "Man, that makes me feel old." "Don't worry, I won't hold it against you. That show was something." He shook his head, still smiling. "I'm trying to do something better with my screen time now." The bell above the door jingled again, softer this time, and a rush of cooler air brushed my back. A woman stepped in, juggling a diaper bag, a plastic carrier, and one of those bulky car seats you could use as a battering ram. She was soaked from the dash between the SUV and the door, her blonde hair plastered to her temples, her oversized hoodie darkened in patches where the rain had hit hardest. Inside the carrier, a baby about a year old kicked its feet and made a delighted noise at the sudden blast of air conditioning. A tiny fist clutched a green, sippy cup so tight the knuckles were white. "Sorry," she puffed, nudging the door closed with her hip. She dropped her pacifier under the seat and decided that was the end of the world for a second. Tyler turned, and that big smile softened around the edges as he reached to take the car seat from her. "This is Jess," he said to me over his shoulder. "My better half, and the executive producer of all my bad ideas." Jess rolled her eyes fondly and set the diaper bag down on one of the office chairs. The baby saw me and made a little gurgle, waving the sippy cup like a tiny drunk toasting a stranger. "Sorry to just blow in like this," Jess said. "We hit the storm right as we got off the highway." "It's fine," I said. The room smelled suddenly like damp cotton and baby powder over the usual coffee and chlorine. "You guys came about slow dance." "Yeah," Tyler said, shifting the car seat to one arm and wiping his free hand on his jeans before resting it casually on the counter. "I run this channel right. We buy old boats that are kind of on their last leg, fix them up, film the process, then sell them. People like seeing stuff get saved instead of scrapped. Feels good, you know." He spoke with that same practiced ease I used to hear when he'd deliver exposition on the show, explaining the mystery of the week to the audience. "Boat flipping, I guess you'd call it." He went on, but not in a sleazy way. More like rescuing them. "This one caught my eye because it's already alive aboard. Whole retire and live on the water fantasy built in. That sells." Behind him, the printer on the corner desk woke up with a whine and started spitting out the day's fuel receipts Rick had queued up. The AC coughed and pushed a fresh wave of cold air across my arms. Outside, the rain was easing off. The roar on the roof softened to a patter, and the neon open sign's reflection stopped wriggling so much on the wet pavement. The baby laughed at nothing in particular, a pure, sharp sound that cut through the office like a bell. I heard the back door slam as Rick came in, stomping water off his boots, muttering to himself about suppliers and price hikes. He rounded the corner, saw Tyler, Jess, and the baby, and his whole posture changed from annoyed to friendly in about half a second. "You must be the folks calling about C-14, he said, wiping his hand on his shirt before offering it. "Heard you might be coming by?" Introductions began. Talk moved to surveyors and sea trials and scheduling a time to meet Mark and Eileen. Tyler's patter flowed easily. Jess added the occasional soft comment the baby gurgled and kicked. I stood a little off to the side, listening to the rhythms of their voices braided with the office sounds. Printer whirring, AC humming, bell over the door chiming when the wind shoved it. Everything felt almost normal, like this was just another sail, another chapter in the endless story of boats changing hands. When Tyler eventually turned back to me and stuck out his hand again, thanking me for being so cool about us dropping in, I shook it without thinking. I even laughed when he made a joke about his old TV show, something self-deprecating about bad haircuts and worse scripts. I shook his hand and laughed about the show he used to be on. I did not realize I was actually shaking hands with the person who would end up owning the only thing I still felt guilty enough to call a grave. 3.1. How a baby can disarm a grown man. The day we all ended up in the same room together, there was nothing dramatic about the weather. No thunder, no bruised sky, no sheets of rain. Just a bright, flat blue above the highway bridge, and a steady breeze that made the flags on the fuel dock stand straight out like they were posing for a brochure. It was the kind of day the marina was built for tourists in sunglasses, fishermen bragging, kids shaking ice cream all over themselves on the ramp. Inside the office, it felt like every other late morning. The AC unit in the wall hummed steadily, pushing cool air that never quite made it all the way to the corners. The printer on the side desk chattered every few minutes, spitting out forms Rick swore he would organize tomorrow. The bell over the door chimed with that thin metallic ring whenever someone came in to ask a question we'd answered 1,000 times already. Tyler and Jess arrived a few minutes early, which I guess shouldn't have surprised me. People who make their lives out of cameras learn fast that showing up late makes bad footage. The white SUV slid into the same spot as before, though this time I watched it through the front window instead of the CCTV. The windshield caught the sunlight and flashed so bright I had to squint. Then the engine cut off and the doors opened in sequence driver's passenger's rear. Tyler stepped in first, holding the glass door for Jess as she maneuvered the car seat through, then for the baby, who was currently tangled in a blanket and making little frustrated noises at the injustice of straps. "Hey man," Tyler said to me, that TV bright smile already in place. "We're not too early, are we?" "No, you're good," I said. "They should be here any minute." Jess gave me a quick, apologetic smile as she set the car seat down near one of the vinyl chairs along the wall. "Sorry if she gets loud," she said. "She's at that age where everything is either the best thing that ever happened or the end of the world." The baby blinked up at the ceiling, decided the fluorescent lights were hilarious, and kicked both feet at once in approval. We made small talk for a minute. Tyler leaned an elbow on the counter and riffed about how weird it was being recognized sometimes for a show he'd made when he was 12. He joked about bad haircuts, worse acting, and the way people still wanted him to say a catchphrase he would rather forget. "I mean, it paid for college and this," he said, gesturing vaguely toward the window and the unseen SUV outside. "But yeah, I'm trying to get people to think of boats when they hear my name now, not foam sound stages." While he talked, his eyes kept flicking to the bulletin board, where the slow dance flyer was still pinned corners more curled than the last time I'd really looked. His fingers tapped out a tiny rhythm on the counter, synchronized with the printer's stop-start whine in the background. The bell over the door chimed again, and the air changed. Mark came in first, holding the door open in that old-school way that said he'd been raised with manners whether he liked it or not. He wore his usual windbreaker, the one that always carried a faint smell of salt and wire insulation, and his cheeks were flushed from the walk up the gangway. Eileen followed, her hair pulled back in a clip. Sunglasses perched on top of her head, her eyes already searching the room. They both had that look people get when they're meeting a potential buyer. A little excitement, a little worry, something protective in the way they stood slightly closer together than usual. "You must be Tyler," Mark said, stepping forward with his hand out. Tyler pushed off the counter and met him halfway, smile dialed up just right. Not too big, not too small. "Yes, sir," he said. "Tyler Brooks." "Thanks for meeting with us," Mark said. "This is my wife, Eileen." Eileen shook his hand too, then turned toward Jess and the baby, the nervous lines in her face smoothed in an instant. "Oh," she said softly. "Oh, look at you." Jess let out a little laugh and unbuckled the straps with practiced fingers. "This is Lucy," she said. "She's just turned 9 months and she already knows how to ruin a good night's sleep." Eileen's hands hovered for a second, then she glanced at Jess for permission. When Jess nodded, Eileen scooped the baby up, settling Lucy on her hip like she'd been doing it all her life. Her entire body shifted into some other mode. Her shoulders dropped, her voice softened, her thumbs automatically started tracing little circles on Lucy's back. The ultrasound picture I'd seen on her phone weeks before seemed to flicker in the air between them for a second, like an overlay only I could see. "Hi, sweetheart," Eileen murmured, smiling so wide her eyes went glassy. "You don't even know how lucky you are, do you?" Lucy grabbed for Eileen's necklace with fierce determination, making a pleased, bubbling sound that set off a round of chuckles from all of us. Even Mark, who looked more comfortable with tools than babies, relaxed a little at the sight. Tyler watched the interaction with an expression I couldn't quite read. Proud, yes. A little calculating, maybe. He stepped closer, putting a hand lightly on Jess's shoulder. Family is number one, he said, almost like he was repeating a line he'd practiced. That's why we do what we do with the channel, honestly. Give this one something cool to look back on when she's older. Show her we built something, you know? It sounded good. It sounded rehearsed in the way all good lines do. Rick chose that moment to emerge from the back room, wiping his hands on a rag brows already lifted in his customer face. "Morning, folks," he said. "You all found each other, I see." "Yeah," Mark said, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "Figure we should talk details before we get too emotionally attached to anybody's grandbaby." Laughter all around, the kind that comes easy in a small room when everyone is trying hard to show they're relaxed. We settled into positions that felt immediately like roles, Rick behind the counter, Tyler leaning on it, Mark and Eileen standing close together, Jess perched on the edge of a chair with the diaper bag at her feet, Lucy in Eileen's arms, grabbing for anything shiny. I drifted to the side near the edge of the break room door, not quite included, not quite excluded. The AC in the office hummed a steady, low-note, cool air spilling out of the vent above the window and drifting down over the counter. Every few seconds, the printer would chug and click as it battled through a jammed page. Pens rattled in a chipped mug whenever someone bumped the desk. Rick pulled out a stack of preliminary forms, printed off some basic sale documents, and slapped them on the counter. The ballpoint in his hand clicked, clicked, clicked as he pointed at different lines. "So we'll set up a sea trial for tomorrow," he said. "Take her out, make sure everything feels right. Tyler, you get to see what you're getting yourself into. Mark, you get to prove she's as solid as you say she is." Mark nodded. "Weather looks good," he said. "We can run out past the markers, open her up a bit, and bring her back in time for lunch." Tyler turned his head toward me, then almost like he'd just remembered I existed. "You're working tomorrow, right?" he asked. "Yeah," I said slowly. "I'm on the evening shift, but I can come in early." He smiled, that same big, easy smile. "Perfect," he said. "I could use an extra pair of hands on board. I'm going to be looking more than handling lines, if you know what I mean. Might try to grab some footage, too. You know, for the channel." He glanced at Rick. "You mind loaning him out for a couple of hours?" Rick shrugged, flipping through pages. "As long as he's back before sunset and nothing explodes while I'm short-staffed," he said. "You'll pay him under the table for the extra time, not me." "Of course," Tyler said. "I take care of my people." He reached into the pocket of his hoodie and pulled out a folded bill. When he flattened it on the counter, I saw the face of a president that did not live on small bills. "Just for tomorrow," he said, sliding it toward me with his fingertips. "Tie some lines, answer some dumb questions, maybe let us point a camera at you looking cool. Free money, man." I looked at the bill, then at him. The AC in the office hummed on, but from the break room behind me I heard the other unit, the smaller one above the mop sink, sputter and die mid-cycle. The sudden absence of its whir left a microscopic vacuum in the air. For a second, the overhead fluorescence dimmed, then flared back a fraction too bright as the ballast clicked twice in quick succession. The world did not go silent, not the way it had in that other hush, but something in that little stutter made the memory of the CCTV monitor flash in front of my eyes. The grainy camera feed the dark figure at the end of C-Dock that had vanished when I blinked. I swallowed the sound loud in my own ears. Nobody else seemed to notice. Eileen bounced Lucy gently, murmuring nonsense words into her hair. Jess rummaged in the diaper bag for a pacifier. Rick kept clicking his pen and flipping pages. Mark tapped the edge of the counter with his thumbnail in a steady rhythm, probably counting out repairs in his head. only Tyler was watching me. The smile on his face never faded, but his eyes had gone a little flatter, a little less goofy TV hero, and a little more something else. Assessing. "Come on," he said lightly. "What else are you going to do before your shift? Sit in the break room listening to that old fridge hum?" He wasn't wrong. I picked up the bill. It felt too crisp, too clean against my fingers, like it didn't belong in my hand. "Yeah," I said, forcing air back into my lungs. "Sure, I can come out for the sea trial." Tyler clapped his hands together once the sound sharp in the small room. "Awesome," he said. "I could use an extra pair of hands, and maybe a cameo for my channel." Everyone laughed. Even I did. Later, when I replayed that moment over and over in my head, I did not hear the laughter. I heard only that tiny stutter in the building's veins, the brief hiccup in the machines that kept everything normal. I should have listened to that instead. 3.2. The duffel bag and the first lie. The morning of the sea trial came in clear and sharp, like the world had been scrubbed clean overnight. When I pulled into the marina lot just after 7, the sky over the bay was a pale, washed-out blue, the kind that would turn harsh by noon. The air still held onto the last of the night's coolness. You could taste dew and old salt on your tongue when you breathed in. The pavement was damp in patches, dark circles where yesterday's puddles hadn't quite evaporated. Inside the office, the lights were off. The open sign in the window was dark. Only the little break room glowed, one lone yellow bulb over the sink casting a narrow strip of light across the doorway. I flipped the main switches, listened to the fluorescents crackle alive one by one, and felt the building wake up around me. The bait fridge hummed, the soda cooler compressor coughed and started. The AC sputtered once before settling into a low, steady breath. The CCTV monitor flickered and then found its image 4 quiet early morning frames. Empty docks, empty fuel station, a parking lot with only my car and Mark's old truck in it. Out on Sea Dock, the slow dance sat still in her slip lines, taut cabin windows opaque in the early light. There was no music coming from her, yet no clink of ice in glasses, no voices rolling out over the water. Just the gentle, almost inaudible creak of dockboards moving under the changing tide. I grabbed a clipboard from behind the counter, more for something to hold than because I needed it, and headed down toward the water. My breath puffed out just a little in the chill, not enough to see, but enough to feel. Every board on the ramp had that damp, slightly slippery feel that comes before full daylight bakes everything dry. Up close, the air smelled like wet rope mildew and the metallic tang of morning fog that hadn't burned off yet. My sneakers made small, hollow thuds on the dock as I walked. Mark was already on the back deck of Slow Dance, coiling a spare line into neat loops. He wore his usual windbreaker, zipped halfway, the collar turned up. His hair was still damp from a quick shower, comb lines visible for once. "Morning," he called. "Morning," I said. "You ready for your big test drive?" He snorted. "If this boat isn't ready by now, nothing I do in the next hour will fix it," he said. "But yeah, best behavior today. Where's Eileen inside, making sure nothing's going to slam open and scare our guest to death once we hit a wake," he said. "You know her. If she could bubble wrap the whole cabin, she would." He said it fondly. The kind of annoyance you only hear from people who wouldn't actually change the other person if they could. I stepped aboard, feeling the familiar tiny shift under my feet as the boat accepted my weight. The dock creaked, lines tightened, water slapped gently against the hull. It was all background music. The parking lot camera must have picked up the white SUV before my ears caught its engine. I heard it a moment later, the low rumble coming down the driveway, crunch of tires over the last few pieces of gravel nobody had ever bothered to sweep up. Jess and the baby were in my peripheral expectations. I pictured the car door opening, the carrier being wrestled out, a little wail at the brightness of the morning. Instead, two doors slammed almost in unison. I glanced toward the gangway just in time to see Tyler coming down it, with that same smooth, confident stride, hoodie sleeves pushed up to his forearms, sunglasses perched on his head. Behind him walked someone I had never seen before. He was taller than Tyler by a couple of inches, broad through the shoulders, in a way that said he either lifted a lot or got in a lot of fights. Tattoos climbed up his neck from under a black t-shirt, words and images knitted together into one dark mass. His hair was cut close on the sides and longer on top, slicked back with something that made it shine in the low light. He carried a long duffel bag slung over one shoulder. It was one of those heavy-duty canvas bags, military green, with thick black straps and metal zippers. It didn't sag much even with its length. Whatever was inside had weight and structure. No car seat, no diaper bag, no Jess. Morning Tyler called as if the three of us had all woken up excited for the same thing. Hope we're not late. Right on time, Mark said, wiping his hands on his jacket and stepping forward to offer one. Where's your family? Tyler's smile flickered, then doubled down. Jess wasn't feeling great, he said. Baby had a rough night. You know how it is. We figured no point in torturing them this early. Just us today. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation. It slid into my ears without catching on anything. But there was something about the way he said we, and then immediately shifted into just us, that made it feel like a costume change more than an update. The big guy with the duffel set his end down on the dock with a solid, dull thump. The canvas sagged slightly around whatever was inside. I saw a flash of something hard pushing against the fabric from within a corner, an angle that didn't match the softness of clothes or blankets. Tyler jerked his thumb toward him. "This is Jace," he said. "He's my camera guy. Helps with the heavy lifting and makes sure I don't drop expensive gear in the water." Jace gave a short nod, eyes flicking over the boat, up the dock toward the office, then out across the water. It was a quick sweep, but thorough. He had the look of someone counting exits in a bar, not framing shots in his head. "Good to meet you," Mark said. "Welcome aboard." "What's in the bag?" I asked, because the thing was impossible to ignore. Some part of me wanted to hear tripods or drone and let that be that. Tyler grinned, teeth bright in the morning light. "Camera gear," he said easily, "and some rigging and junk. You know how it is." We all reached for the bag at once when he went to lift it onto the boat. "Here," I said. "Let me grab that end." The canvas was rough and slightly damp under my hands. When we heaved together, my shoulders protested in surprise. It was heavier than it looked. Not just awkward heavy, not just full of random stuff heavy. Dense. Like lifting a sack of wet concrete or a bundle of chain. As we maneuvered it over the gap between dock and deck, something inside shifted. For a brief second, there was a distinct sound. The dry metallic rasp of metal links sliding over metal. Not loud, not shouted. Just a quiet, unmistakable drag, like someone had pulled a length of chain a few inches across a steel plate, and then stopped. The sound needles under my nails in a weird way. The boat was full of things that could make that kind of noise: anchor chains, spare lines with metal fittings tools. Every vessel in the marina had some version of that sound built into its bones. I told myself that was all it was. Spare anchor chain, winch gear, hardware. I helped them set the duffel down on the aft deck. It landed with another heavy thump against the fiberglass. The whole boat dipped a little water, slapping the hull. Under the din of that, I heard that soft rattle again, links settling. "Careful," Tyler said lightly. "Some of that stuff's delicate." I almost asked what part of a bag full of steel could be called delicate, but I bit the inside of my cheek instead. Mark watched us with the practiced eye of someone used to people bringing too much junk onto his boat. "As long as it doesn't punch through the deck," he said. "You planning to film the whole thing?" "Bits and pieces," Tyler said already, unzipping the top a few inches, then zipping it back like he'd thought better of it. "Get some B-roll of you talking about the boat, maybe some cool shots of her running under power. I'll stay out of your way when you're driving." He said talking about the boat, the same way he used to say talking about the case on the show, with that same slight emphasis that made it sound more important than it was. Jace didn't say anything. He just stood there on the deck, hands now free, scanning the marina the way he'd scanned the dock. His eyes lingered on the end of sea dock, on the channel markers beyond, on the highway bridge overhead. Not the way you look at good angles for sunrise shots, but like he was measuring distance, timing, privacy. He turned his head toward me for a moment, and I caught a better look at the ink crawling up his neck. It wasn't cute or artistic. Block letters, thick black shapes, symbols I'd seen in mugshots on the local news. Gang tattoos, if you wanted to call them what they were. I felt a little cold spot open under my ribs. "You're the extra hand for today, right?" Jace asked. His voice was lower than I expected, with a rasp, like he'd been shouting at someone last night. "Yeah," I said. "Lines, fenders, whatever you need." He nodded once, like he was filing that away. Mark gestured toward the cabin. "Eileen's inside," he said. "She'll want to say hi before we get going." Tyler clapped his hands together once, that same sharp sound that had punctuated the office yesterday. "Let's do it," he said. "We're burning daylight." He strode toward the cabin door like he already owned the place. Jace followed, giving the duffel a quick, almost affectionate tap with the side of his shoe as he passed. I stood there for a second longer, looking down at the bag. There were no camera tripods sticking out. No padded cases, no boom mics, no tangle of wires. Just that long, heavy shape, zippered tight secrets clinking softly to themselves whenever the boat shifted. The hand-painted name on the stern, slow dance, curved under my fingers as I steadied myself. I told myself again, spare chain, tools, nothing more. Inside the cabin, I could hear Eileen's voice greeting them, bright and friendly. The AC unit in the salon kicked on with a familiar whir. Somewhere on the dock behind me, a gull screamed, offended at something trivial. Tyler's laugh floated out, warm and harmless. "You guys got a beautiful boat here," he said. "My camera guy is going to love this." I turned away from the duffel and followed him inside. A few minutes later, he would introduce Jace to Mark and Eileen as my camera guy, even though Jace wasn't carrying a single piece of equipment and hadn't even glanced at the light. It was the first obvious lie of the day. I heard it. I stepped over it. And the boat left the dock anyway. 3.3. The last time they left the dock. If you freeze that morning in your head, it looks almost boring. That is the part that keeps me up. No thunder, no sirens, no cinematic omen. Just 4 adults on a slightly tired trawler doing all the same things every other boat did when it left our marina. Mark ran through his routine like he had a checklist burned into his brain. He did, actually. I had watched him leave enough times to know the rhythm. He stepped up into the wheelhouse, one hand on the back of the helm chair, the other on the ignition. The cabin light caught the lines on his forehead as he squinted at the gauges. Oil pressure, coolant temperature, RPMs. Little needles resting at little zeros, all waiting. "Ready," he called. Eileen stood on the aft deck next to me, one hand on the rail, the other smoothing down the front of her jacket, like she was about to take a photo, not a trip. She glanced back toward the dock where one of the live-aboard guys from C-12 was lifting a mug of coffee in their direction. "Don't miss us too much," she called to him. He laughed. "Bring me back a t-shirt or something," he said. Tyler was half in, half out of the moment. 1 foot on the deck, 1 foot on some invisible stage. He held his phone up in front of his face, arm extended, screen already recording. "Okay, guys," he said, voice taking on that slightly brighter tone I recognized from TV. "We are here on this beautiful 42-foot trawler slow dance, doing a sea trial with the nicest couple I've ever met. Say hi to the internet." He panned the phone toward Eileen. She gave a shy little wave, cheeks coloring. Mark raised a hand from the helm and managed a half smile over his shoulder. The duffel sat on the deck near the door between the salon and the open air. Nobody pointed the camera at it. "Let's bring her to life," Tyler said, spinning the phone back to his own face for a second. Then he lowered it and nodded at Mark. "Whenever you're ready, Captain." Mark turned the key. The diesel coughed, choked, once then caught with a deep, uneven chug-chug-chug that shook through the bones of the boat. The whole hull vibrated under my feet as the engine settled into its idle. The air filled with exhaust, that heavy, oily smell that clings to your clothes for hours. I felt that familiar shift the moment a boat stops being a floating house and becomes a moving thing again. Lines pulled tight, fenders squeaked against the dock, water swirled at the stern. "Okay," Mark said, mostly to himself. "Forward spring off first, then we'll back her out." I moved automatically. Untie the forward spring coil and toss it onto the deck. Loosen the stern line, keep 1 turn on the cleat until Mark eased the throttle and started to pull away. The world was all little tasks and little frictions. Rope sawing over metal wood, creaking engine rumbling. Eileen shuffled from 1 foot to the other, looking between me and the slip, like she wanted to help but didn't want to be in the way. "Tell me if I'm doing something stupid," she said. "I always feel like I'm going to trip over my own feet when we leave." "You're fine," I told her. "You've done this more than I have." Tyler kept the phone low now, pointed roughly at Mark through the wheelhouse window, catching him as he guided slow dance backwards, the stern easing out into the channel. "Walk me through what you're doing," Tyler said. "Just pretend I'm one of my viewers who doesn't know port from starboard." Mark obliged because of course he did. He talked about throttle control, about watching the wind, about respecting the tide. His voice came steady over the engine noise, the way people talk when they are standing in their element. "You always do your safety stuff before you leave?" Tyler asked, angling for more usable sound bites. Every time, Mark said, "Life jackets in that locker, flares in the drawer by the helm, fire extinguisher there and there, radio on channel 16 if everything goes sideways. We've never had to use any of it, thank God, but I like knowing it's there." He said it like a man who believed in backups, in redundancy, in planning your way out of worst-case scenarios. We were already halfway out of the slip by then. The dock slid past slowly on our starboard side, a moving backdrop of cleats and pilings and faces. A couple of liveaboards stepped out to wave. Someone held up a phone to take a picture. It was all painfully normal, the kind of scene you could put in a tourism ad. Once we cleared the end of Sea Dock, Mark shifted into forward. The bow nosed toward the gap in the breakwater where the bay opened up into a flat sheet of pale blue. The sound of the marina began to thin behind us. Voices on the dock faded into background murmur. The occasional clank of halyards tapping masts grew softer, replaced by the louder slap of waves against our hull as we picked up speed. The PA system on the fuel dock crackled into life somewhere back there. Rick's distorted voice announcing something about slip fees, but the words were swallowed by distance and wind. Ahead, it was just water and gulls. The engine's low drone settled into a steady, monotonous growl beneath our feet. Wind slipped around the cabin, whistling softly past my ears. Foam curled white at the bow, peeling away in two clean lines as slow dance pushed through the slight chop. Eileen moved to the rail, one hand gripping it, the other shading her eyes as she looked out toward the markers. "She loves this part," Mark said from the helm, glancing at her through the open door. "Says it's the only time her brain shuts up." She smiled back at him, then tugged the collar of her jacket tighter against the breeze. Tyler drifted between them and me sometimes near the wheelhouse, asking questions, sometimes backing up toward the aft deck to get a wider shot of the boat running. Jace stayed mostly quiet, posted near the cabin door, with his shoulders an easy width apart, like nothing in the world could knock him off balance. His eyes were hidden behind dark sunglasses, but his head kept turning in small, measured movements, tracking passing boats, distant shapes, nothing and everything. The duffel did not move. It sat a few feet from Jace, zippered shut, straps neatly arranged on top, like hands folded in a lap. I told myself again that I was overthinking it. Boats had extra chain, boats had tools, boats had weird heavy bags all the time. Still, something in my chest felt off, like a picture hung just slightly crooked on a wall. You could live with it. Most people wouldn't notice. But once you saw it, you could not unsee it. We passed the last green marker at the end of the breakwater, the one with the gulls that liked to scream at each other over who got the highest perch. Beyond that, the marina dropped away behind us, shrinking into a small cluster of masts and roofs and tiny white flecks of boats. The sound of the place fell away too. No more PA crackle, no more dock creaks, no more highway hiss leaking over the water. Out here, it was just the engine's deep, constant hum, the wind in our ears, and the regular hollow slap of waves against the bow. Every now and then, a cupboard someplace in the cabin would creak, or a dish would clink as we hit a bigger swell, but that was it. I walked the perimeter of the deck out of habit, checking that the fenders were pulled in, that no lines trailed in the water. It gave my hands something to do, something to hold. When I came back toward the aft deck, I passed close to the duffel. The boat hit a slightly bigger wake just then, left over from some fishing boat that had cut in front of us earlier. The hull rose and fell. Everything on deck shifted a few inches. The duffel slid a fraction toward me, bumping lightly against my ankle. The side facing me puckered the zipper teeth, parting a few millimeters from the jolt. I reached down on reflex to steady it, fingers wrapping around the edge of the canvas. The zipper had opened just enough to create a thin, dark mouth. Through that gap, I saw what was inside. Not all of it, just flashes. A length of dark, oily chain coiled like a sleeping snake, one end cinched with a heavy steel carabiner. A roll of duct tape with the first strip already peeled back and stuck to itself for easy grabbing. The blunt, metallic gleam of cuffs. Not the cheap, squeaky kind from costume shops, but solid steel with hinge joints and a short connecting bar. It was like the bag had exhaled for a second and shown me its teeth. My stomach went cold in a way the morning wind hadn't managed. For a heartbeat, the engine noise dulled, and all I could hear was my own blood rushing behind my ears. I snapped the zipper back up, hand moving fast, almost panicked. No one was looking directly at me. Mark was at the helm, adjusting our course by a degree or two. Eileen still watched the water ahead, her lips moving silently as if she were counting waves. Tyler was filming some low-angle shot of the bow, cutting through the chop, narrating quietly into his phone. Jace stood where he had been, head turned a little more now, maybe watching me, maybe watching the horizon. The duffel sat between all of us, silent and heavy, exactly what it looked like, and nothing like it at all. I could have said something right then. I could have walked up to Mark, leaned in, and told him we needed to turn around. I could have looked Tyler in the eye and asked a simple question. Why do you need cuffs and chain and tape on a sea trial with a retired couple? I did none of that. Instead, I moved my foot, nudged the duffel back into place with the side of my shoe so it wouldn't slide again, and pretended the chill in my spine was just the wind. I saw it. I saw all of it. And what I did next is why I am talking to you and not to a lawyer. 4.1. Perfect weather for a bad day. If you took a snapshot of that hour and muted my thoughts, you could sell it as an ad for retiree boat life. The sky was one of those stupidly nice blues that makes you forget sunscreen. The wind had settled into a steady, friendly push off the starboard side, just enough to ruffle Eileen's hair and keep diesel fumes from hanging in one place too long. The bay was in a good mood. Low, lazy swells, little white caps only way out near the shipping channel. Couldn't have picked a better day, Mark said mostly to himself, eyes flicking between the horizon and the engine gauges. He stood at the helm with his feet braced wide, one hand light on the wheel. The row of dials in front of him glowed faintly in the filtered light, coming through the windshield: oil pressure, good water temperature, good RPMs, purring right where they should be. Beneath it all, the diesel engine laid down its steady bass note, a deep, rhythmic chug, chug, chug that vibrated up through the soles of my shoes and into my bones. Eileen treated the whole thing like guests coming over to a house she loved. Coffee, she called from the galley. I was standing near the cabin door, one eye on the water, one eye on the duffel, like it might sprout legs. Sure, I said. My voice came out almost normal. A minute later, she pressed a chipped mug into my hand, the ceramic warm enough to anchor me back into my body. The coffee smelled like the cheap stuff from the marina office, but somehow better in here, mixed with the scent of frying oil and whatever air freshener she used in the head. I had donuts in the freezer, she said. Microwaved is a crime, but you work with what you have. She handed me a small paper plate with a glazed ring on it, still slightly cold in the middle, warm at the edges. Perks of the job, I said, taking a bite. My stomach had been a clenched fist since I'd peeked into the bag, but I forced myself to chew, to swallow, to participate in this version of reality. Tyler drifted between us and Mark, still half in host mode, half doing that curious buyer act. His phone appeared and disappeared from his hand, sometimes pointed at the water, sometimes at Mark's hands on the wheel. So walk me through her guts, he said, nodding toward the dash. If I'm going to fix her up for the channel, I need to know what's going to make people in the comments tell me I'm an idiot. Mark chuckled. YouTube's full of experts, huh? You have no idea, Tyler said. Mark tapped a gauge with the back of his knuckle. Single diesel naturally aspirated, he said. She's not fast, but she's honest. Generators in its own compartment aft, humming away so my wife can have her coffee. As if on cue, the faint background vibration of the generator shifted a slightly higher whir under the engine's low drone, then settled back. Bilge pumps down below, Mark went on. Automatic, but I keep an ear out. If they're running when they shouldn't be, you got a problem. Almost on cue again, a small whir rose from somewhere under the floorboards. One of the bilge pumps kicking on for a few seconds to clear whatever had sloshed in there. The sound was as familiar to me as my own ringtone. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. Not that day. I caught Tyler watching Mark's hands, his eyes, the way he spoke. He nodded along in all the right places, tossed in a yeah, absolutely now and then, but there was a distance to it. Like he was checking boxes more than absorbing information. Mind if we take a look down there? Tyler asked. People love engine room shots. Gives them something to argue about. Sure, Mark said. Just don't drop anything in. We left the wheelhouse and moved aft, the engine's growl getting slightly louder as we approached the hatch. The boat was only making 6, maybe 7 knots, but the air outside felt faster. Wind hissed past the cabin edges, fluttered the corners of a chart tacked to the wall. Mark bent and lifted the hatch in the salon floor. Hot, oily air rushed up like a breath from an open mouth. "Watch your head," he said, starting down the narrow ladder. He disappeared into the glow of a single trouble light strung over the engine. Tyler gestured to me. "After you, man," he said. "I don't want to eat it on camera before the deal's even done." I climbed down carefully, one hand on the rail, one on the ladder rungs. The temperature jumped at least 10 degrees as soon as I was halfway there. The smell of diesel and hot metal was thick, almost chewable. The engine filled most of the space, a big sweating block of painted iron with hoses and wires snaking off it in every direction. Down here, the sound was less a noise and more a physical pressure. The engine's chug was a series of punches against my chest and eardrums. The bilge pump's little whir sounded like a high-pitched insect trapped in a jar. A small ventilation fan near the ceiling ticked as it spun blades, chopping the thick air. Mark stood on a grated platform next to the engine, one hand resting on the valve cover, like he was patting the back of an old dog. "Oil's clean," he shouted over the noise. "No metal shavings. Hoses are new. I can show you the log if you want. I write down every change." Tyler leaned in, pretending to study the engine. He squinted at a label here, a hose clamp there, nodding like he knew what he was looking at. "It's solid," he said, then raised his voice. "What about out there? How deep you got before you hit the shipping lane?" Mark wiped his hands on a rag and pointed past me toward the bulkhead, where a laminated chart was clipped. The plastic edges had curled from years of heat and humidity. "Here," he said, jabbing a finger at a cluster of numbers. "You've got 30-40 feet. Over here by the old wreck, you get 70. But there's a hole out past that marker." He traced his finger along a line drops to 300 plus. Deepest spot in this part of the bay. We avoid it unless we're curious. Tyler leaned past me to look, his shoulder brushing mine. 300, huh? He said. Good to know. How far from the marina? Couple of miles, Mark said. You can see the bridge from there on a clear day. Nice, Tyler said. Something in his voice dipped for half a second, then came back up. Gives you options. Options for what I thought. The engine changed tone, then just enough to spike my anxiety another notch. It coughed, hitching for half a beat, the steady chug turning into a ragged stutter. The whole boat shivered around us. Tools hanging on hooks rattled against one another, and a loose panel buzzed angrily. For one long second, it felt like the world was about to go quiet in the worst possible way. Not the mechanical hush I'd heard on land, but an engine dying under our feet, leaving us floating over that nice, deep water Mark had just pointed out. Mark moved before I could even form a thought. He reached down, twisted a small valve near the fuel line, gave a sharp, practiced tap to a pressure regulator. Come on, girl, he muttered. The engine coughed again, then cleared its throat like someone hawking up something unpleasant. The chug smoothed back into its previous rhythm, the vibrations evening out. The hanging tools settled. The buzzing panel went back to its usual complaint. Air bubble, Mark shouted, more to himself than to us. She does that sometimes if we've been idling too long. Nothing to worry about. Tyler laughed, a little breathless. That'll make good footage, he said. Almost dying 20 minutes in. We're not dying on my boat, Mark said. There was no joke in his voice now. Not today. His confidence should have reassured me. It did for about half a second. Then the chart on the bulkhead tugged at my eye again. A little cluster of numbers. A tiny hollow in the otherwise ordinary floor of the bay. 317 FT, the marking said in blocky print. A small circle around it, someone's pen stroke from years ago. I pictured that spot as a dark, perfectly vertical tunnel in the water, a place where everything would just keep going down and down until the pressure squeezed it into something unrecognizable. Hey, Tyler said, raising his voice again. Mind if I grab some engine room shots later? Fans love to tell me how I'm gonna blow something up. As long as you don't drop your phone in my bilge, Mark said. Now let's get out of the sauna. My wife will think we fell in. We climbed back up into the cabin one at a time. The air up there felt almost cold after the engine room, even though it wasn't. Eileen handed Mark a towel and tossed another toward me, laughing when she saw my face. You look like you ran a marathon, she said. Feels like it, I said. Outside, the day remained aggressively pleasant. Sunlight glinted off the small wind ripples on the surface. A fishing boat chugged by in the distance, its engine hitting a slightly higher note than ours, the sound smearing across the water like a line of pencil on paper. A distant horn bleated once low and mournful from some larger vessel past the shipping lane. On the aft deck, the duffel sat exactly where we'd left it, mute and heavy in the bright morning. Mark swung the wheel, gently bringing us around on a new heading. The boat leaned into the turn dishes, clinking in the galley cabinets. Eileen steadied herself with a hand on the counter, coffee sloshing in her mug. Show him what she can do, Tyler said, his voice light, almost excited. Mark obliged. He eased the throttle forward. The engine's hum deepened and grew, the bow lifting slightly as Slow Dance picked up speed toward open water, toward that neat little hollow on the chart. Perfect weather for a bad day. 4. 2. The attack I watched and did not stop. The second trip down into the engine room was supposed to be for one more thing. We had already done the tour once. Mark had pointed at gauges, filters, belts, the chart on the bulkhead. Tyler had nodded and smiled and thrown in the right words: solid, clean. I like that. We could have left it at that. But somewhere between the conversation about fuel burn and the way Tyler kept glancing at the hatch, he said, "Hey, could we go back down one more time? Just want to see how you ran that shore power line." People always roast me for wiring in my videos. It sounded harmless, even flattering. Mark took pride in his wiring. Sure, he said. Better to show you now than have you burn her down later. He looked at me. You coming? I should have said no. I should have said I'd stay up top and keep Eileen company. Check the horizon, watch the duffel. Instead, I said, yeah, because that's what I always said when someone asked for help with something. Even something small and stupid and unimportant. Saying yes was easier than making a scene. Mark lifted the salon hatch again. The heat hit us like an open oven door. Watch your head, he said, starting down. The trouble light swung slightly as he descended, throwing slow, nauseous arcs of yellow over the walls. I followed, one hand on the ladder, one on the rail. The engine's voice got louder with each rung. Up top, it was a hum. Down here, it was a living thing, a metal heart pounding against the confines of its cage. Tyler came last, dropping down with more ease than the first time, like he'd already memorized the distance between rungs. From up in the cabin, I could still hear faint traces of the normal world. Eileen's footsteps overhead, the distant clink of a mug hitting a counter, a muffled scrap of her voice saying something I couldn't make out. Then the hatch thumped closed. The sound cut those threads clean. Down in the engine room, the light was bad in the way that makes spaces feel smaller than they already are. The trouble bulb above us painted everything a dirty yellow. Corners went dark fast. Shadows pooled under every pipe, every bracket, every bit of machinery bolted to the bulkhead. The air was thick with heat and the smell of hot oil. My shirt stuck to my back instantly. Sweat prickled at the back of my neck. Mark moved with easy familiarity, stepping onto the grated platform next to the engine and bracing one hand against a rib of metal as the boat rolled. So what you're asking about is over here, he said, raising his voice over the roar. He pointed to a junction box mounted on the aft bulkhead wires, running from it up toward the salon and down to the generator compartment. I didn't like the way the previous owner tied it into shore power, so He broke off. Something had changed in the sound behind us. The ladder creaked. Then the soft, unmistakable thud of heavy boots hitting the metal step. I turned my head. Jace's boots appeared first, then his legs, then the bulk of his body. As he descended halfway, one hand on the rail, the other braced against the hatch frame. He didn't come all the way down. He just stopped there, shoulders filling up the opening, his head almost level with the deck. From where I stood, I could see his hands clearly. No camera, no mic, no gimbal. Just blunt fingers, veins, raised tattoos crawling over the knuckles. The trouble light swung a little harder, throwing his face into strange angles. "What's up?" Mark called, raising his head. "You want to see this too?" Jace didn't answer right away. His eyes flicked from Mark to me to Tyler, then back to Mark. "What are you?" Mark started. He didn't get to finish the question. Jace moved with a kind of speed that did not fit his size. He stepped down the last few rungs in a rush and crossed the small space between them in one lurching stride. His arm hooked around Mark's neck from behind, forearm locking under the jaw, bicep crushing against his skull. The sound of Mark's back hitting the edge of the engine casing was a sharp, sick thud that cut through the constant roar. Tools hanging on the nearby bulkhead rattled, one wrench jumping off its hook and bouncing off the deck with a clanging ring. "Hey!" I yelled, but it came out thin, almost lost in the mechanical noise. Mark's hands flew up automatically, grabbing at the arm across his throat. His boots scrabbled for purchase on the grated platform heels, scraping metal, shrieking under the shift of his weight. He tried to twist to lean forward, but Jace just tightened his grip and hauled him back another inch. Tyler stepped in from the side, not shocked, not surprised. His face had gone very still. The big smile was gone. He reached into the pocket of his hoodie and pulled out something dark and thin. For a stupid second, I thought it was a cable tie for wiring. It was, but not for that. A zip tie. Plastic restraint. He looped it with practiced efficiency, the ratcheting end already fed through the slot and ready to cinch. Mark managed to get out half a sound, a choked, "What are you?" before Jace jerked him sideways. His shoulders slammed into the bulkhead. Another thud echoed through the cramped space. The engine seemed to jump in its mounts, the RPM needle flickering for a second as his elbow brushed the throttle linkage. The whole boat lurched forward slightly. Somewhere up above, a cupboard door banged open. "Stop," I said louder this time. The word felt disconnected from my mouth, like I had thrown it into a hurricane. My right hand had found the edge of the hatch frame behind me and clamped down so hard my fingers ached. I didn't remember putting it there. My feet felt dead-bolted to the grated floor. Tyler grabbed Mark's wrist, twisted it behind his back in a movement that was too smooth to be improvised, and slid the zip tie around both wrists. The plastic scraped against skin. Mark grunted, tried to jerk his hands free, but the more he fought, the tighter the tie drew, ratcheting in hard little clicks. The sound of those clicks threaded into the engine's roar in a way I cannot unhear. Tyler, Mark choked out. His voice sounded wrong, squeezed and thin. "What the hell?" Jace shifted his grip forearm, pressing harder against Mark's throat. His other hand came up, palm clamping over Mark's mouth. Mark's next word turned into a muffled, desperate sound against that hand. Tools rattled again. Something small rolled across the floor, grated under my boot, ringing against the metal. My brain split clean in two. One part of it, the part that still belonged to the kid who had watched this man laugh on the dock, wanted to move, to lunge forward, to grab Jace's arm, to push Tyler away, to yell loud enough for Eileen to hear through the deck. The other part shut down completely. That second part was the one that noticed how narrow the platform was, how the engine took up most of the room, and the rest was taken by 3 men, one of them bigger and stronger than me by a lot. How the only way out was up a ladder currently half blocked by Jace's body. It was the part that remembered the duffel bag on deck, the chain, the tape, the cuffs. My throat went dry. Sweat trickled down my spine, sticky and cold at the same time. My fingers dug into the hatch frame until my nails hurt. I could feel the textured metal biting into my palm, but my hand wouldn't let go. "Look at me," Tyler said. I thought he was talking to Mark, but when I turned, his eyes were on me. He wasn't breathing hard. His hair wasn't mussed. There was no strain in his voice. "Stay where you are," he said flat. "You don't want to be in this." Mark tried to yell something behind Jace's hand. It came out as a raw, muffled sound that made my stomach flip. His face was going red, tendons standing out in his neck. His eyes were wide, not with the panicked flailing of someone who had never been in trouble before, but with the sharp, focused calculation of a man trying to figure out if this was some sick joke or not. "Relax," Jace murmured in his ear voice, low and oddly gentle. "You'll make it worse on yourself." The engine's pitch rose for a second as someone's foot nudged a control. The whole hull shook a deeper vibration, shuddering through the walls. Somewhere topside, Eileen's footsteps moved overhead faster now than paused. I wanted to shout her name. I wanted to pound on the ceiling. I wanted to do anything except stand there watching a man be folded like a piece of paper. My legs refused to move. "Tyler," I said finally, "stop. This isn't." He cut the air between us with a quick, sharp gesture. "Shut up," he said, and for the first time there was no performance in it. No host voice, no YouTube cadence, just something hard and cold. The trouble light swung its circle of yellow sliding over his face, then Jace's, then Mark's. For a moment, Mark's eyes met mine. There was something in them I still don't have words for. A question, a plea, and under both a kind of bitter, dawning understanding. Tools rattled again as Jace adjusted his hold, dragging Mark down to his knees on the grated floor. Metal kneecaps meeting metal grating made another sharp thud that I felt in my own bones. "You're okay. You're okay," Tyler said, not to Mark, but to the air, to the situation, to himself. His hands moved fast, checking the zip tie, patting down Mark's pockets, like this was some routine search. The bilge pump kicked on again with its little whir, oblivious. Above us, the boat kept moving. The engine kept pounding. The fan kept ticking, and I kept my hand welded to the hatch frame and did not move. 4.3. The debt he hung around my neck. I do not remember climbing the ladder. I remember my hand leaving the metal frame, finally fingers numb and tingling. And then there is a blur where my body obeyed someone else before it obeyed me. "Come on," Tyler's voice said near my ear, too calm, too close. "Up!" His hand closed around my elbow, not rough, but firm enough that I understood there wasn't a choice. Behind us, the engine room stayed a boiling, yellow-lit pocket of noise and heat. I heard Jace shift his weight on the grated floor, the scrape of his boot, the low murmur of something he said to Mark that I couldn't catch. Then the hatch was above us, then level with us, then under our feet. Tyler swung it shut with one hand. The heavy panel dropped into place with a dull, final thud that sounded to me like a lid. The noise of the engine muffled just a little. Still there, still deep and constant, but now filtered through inches of wood and fiberglass instead of hitting me full in the chest. The cabin felt bigger than it had before, and smaller at the same time. Eileen stood near the galley, one hand braced on the counter, a frown creasing her forehead. "Is everything okay down there?" she asked. It sounded like, "Yeah," Tyler cut in brightly. "Mark's just showing Jace the wiring. We're going to grab some shots for the channel. Hey, could you..." check on something up front for me. I think my mic's picking up a whistle from the bow rail. Might just be my imagination, but if you can listen for it." Eileen's eyes flicked between our faces for a moment. Whatever she saw, it wasn't enough to trip anything yet. People believe what makes sense until you give them a reason not to. "Okay," she said slowly. "I'll take a look." She set her mug in the sink. It rattled against the steel basin, a sharp little clink that sounded too loud. Then she headed toward the side deck, hand trailing along the cabin wall for balance as the boat rose and fell. I watched her go. Watched the back of her jacket, the way she paused to grab a handrail, the way she ducked slightly as she passed under the side window. I opened my mouth. Tyler's fingers tightened on my arm. "Hey," he said low near my ear now. "We should talk. Up here." He steered me toward the front of the cabin, past the small dinette and the chart table into the narrow hall that led toward the forward berth. He stopped just short of the door to the head, where we were out of direct sight from the galley and the deck, but still close enough that I could hear the faint slide of Eileen's shoes outside the muffled rush of water against the hull. He let go of my arm then and leaned back against the wall, crossing his ankles like we were on a break between takes. "You're breathing too fast," he said conversationally. "You're going to pass out if you keep that up, Mark." I started. My voice cracked. "What are you doing? What is this?" He studied my face like I was a piece of hardware he was deciding whether to keep. "It's a bad day at work," he said finally. "For you, for them, for me, it's just, logistics." My heart hammered so hard it made my vision pulse. I could feel the engine's vibration under my feet, the way it climbed up my legs and shook something loose in my chest. "You need to let him go," I said. It sounded pathetic, even to me. Thin. A line someone would say in a TV show right before the commercial break. Tyler sighed like I was asking him to redo a shot because the lighting was wrong. "Listen," he said. "I'm going to say this once, okay? And you should really hear me. Because I'm not your enemy unless you make me your enemy." He tipped his head toward the galley where a plate shifted in a cupboard with a soft clatter as the boat rode over a small swell. Then he tipped it toward the floor, toward the hatch we had just closed. "You're in it now," he said, voice going quiet and flat. "You understand that, right?" I shook my head, a tiny, useless movement. I didn't agree to this. You did this, you and him." "And who invited us on this lovely little trip?" Tyler asked, raising his eyebrows. "Who took my cash? Who helped load the bag? Who watched and didn't say a damn word until it was too late?" He wasn't yelling. That made it worse. His words came out steady, almost gentle, as if he were explaining a math problem to a slow student. "There are cameras at the marina," he went on. "You know that. I saw the monitor in your break room. 4 angles, fuel dock, gangway, parking lot, sea dock." He ticked each one off on his fingers. "They've got footage of me, Jace, you, Mark, and Eileen all leaving together," he said. "Getting on this boat. No one else. No mysterious strangers. No masked men. Just us." The engine's RPMs dropped slightly as he spoke, a subtle shift in the drone. The whole boat relaxed a fraction, like someone easing pressure off a spring. The hull gave a long, drawn-out creak. Somewhere in the galley, dishes rattled in their cabinets, a cascade of tiny porcelain knocks. It felt irrationally like the boat was listening too. "You think if something happens out here," Tyler continued, "and we go back with just you and me standing around looking shocked on camera, anybody is going to say, 'Ah yes, clearly this nice YouTube guy and his wife lured an innocent dockhand into a murder plot.'" He gave a small, humorless laugh. "Nah, man," he said. "They're going to look at you, the broke guy, The one with no lawyer, no PR? The one whose boss will say, yeah, he was always a little off, kind of kept to himself, loved working at night. Sound familiar? My mouth went dry. I thought about Rick mumbling something to a reporter about the way he joked about me liking night shifts more than people. I thought about how that would sound cut into a news segment. You've touched everything Tyler said. Lines. Gear. That bag. If they find anything in there later, whose prints do you think they're going to pull? My fingers tingled again, phantom sensations of canvas and zipper teeth. You could go to the police, he said. Sure. You could jump overboard when we get close enough to shore swim, for it flagged down somebody tell them some crazy story about a child star gone bad. But when they roll back the tape, when they check phone records, when they see you left with us and didn't call for help until hours later. He spread his hands. It's not a good look for you. The engine idled lower, still a slow, throbbing pulse beneath us. The bow rose and fell gently, like we were breathing with the boat. Each time we dropped into a trough, the hull groaned softly, wood and fiberglass, complaining in long, drawn-out sighs. You don't have to like me, Tyler said. You don't have to approve, but you don't have a neutral option anymore. That window closed when you picked up the other end of that bag. I swallowed. My throat felt full of sand. What do you want from me? I asked. He studied me for another long moment. First he said, I want you to stop thinking about shouting, running, or playing hero. You do any of those and things get messy. Messy means unpredictable. Unpredictable is bad for you. And it's bad for people you care about if you've got any. A flicker of my mother flashed through my mind, uninvited in her small kitchen TV glow, on her face cigarette burning down between her fingers as she watched some stranger's tragedy on the evening news. Second, he went on, I want you to help. Not a lot. Not actively, if that makes you feel better. Just don't get in the way. Do what I ask. Tie what I tell you to tie. Stand where I tell you to stand. He took a half step closer, close enough that I could smell his deodorant under the tang of diesel and sweat. Something crisp and artificial, a scent marketed as fresh in commercials. You help, he said, and you get to go back to your crappy apartment and your night shift and your humming fridges. You don't help, and there's a version of this where you don't see land again either. Boats sink all the time. People slip. Accidents happen. You know that. You work around water. The words slid into my head and coiled there. Are you threatening to kill me? I asked. It came out smaller than I meant it to. He shrugged one quick up and down of his shoulders. I'm telling you the truth, he said. You're not just some dockhand anymore. You're an accessory. You belong to me until this is over. Belong. The word hit me harder than anything else he'd said. Maybe because part of me had gone my whole life without belonging to anybody, not really. Not in a way that felt safe. This isn't over when we get back to the marina, he added. It's over when I say it's over. When everything looks the way it needs to look. Until then, you're on my team, whether you like it or not. And if anybody gets curious, later cops, reporters, your boss, you were just a helpful employee doing what the nice buyer asked. Nothing more, nothing less. Above us, a wave hit the bow at a slightly sharper angle. The hull shuddered. A fork slid off the galley counter and hit the floor with a startling metallic clatter. I flinched. Tyler didn't. You and I, he said softer now, we both want the same thing. To get off this boat alive. The difference is, I'm willing to do what it takes to make that happen. Are you? I thought of Mark, hands bound behind his back, knees pressed into the grated floor, the engine's heat crawling up his spine. I thought of Eileen out on the side deck, still looking for a whistle in the bow rail that didn't exist. I thought of security footage looping in a tiny office, of my name in a headline it was never built to carry, of my mother watching that headline on a flickering TV, shaking her head at the stupidity of criminals who always thought they were smarter than they were. "You don't have to answer out loud," Tyler said. "You're going to answer with what you do next." My mouth moved anyway. I don't want to die out here," I said. "That," he said, "is the most honest thing you've said all day." He pushed off the wall and straightened. The host's smile slid back into place like it had been waiting just behind his teeth. "Good talk," he said. "Now you're going to walk back out there and you're going to look normal. Because if you tip her off too early..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. He clapped me once on the shoulder, a friendly, too hard pat, then stepped past me toward the galley, calling Eileen's name in that bright, camera-ready tone. I stayed where I was for 3 heartbeats, one hand braced against the wall, feeling every vibration of the engine through my palm. The hull creaked again, a long, low note that sounded to me like disapproval. That was the moment. Not when I saw the chain. Not when I watched Jace's arm close around Mark's throat. Not when the hatch slammed. That was the moment I decided to live instead of do the right thing. Everything after that was just details. 5.1, bringing them out of the light. When I walked back into the cabin after that little hallway conversation with Tyler, it felt like stepping onto a stage where everyone else was still in the old script, and I was the only one who'd read the rewrite. Eileen was by the galley window, squinting out toward the bow. One hand was braced on the counter, the other pressed against the glass to block the glare. The wind had picked up just enough to rattle something loose on the forward rail, and every few seconds, a faint, irregular rattle drifted back along the hull. "I don't hear anything," she called over her shoulder. "If there is a whistle, it's not enough to pick up on camera." She turned then and saw my face. Her forehead creased. "Where's Mark?" she asked. "You 3 have been down there a while." The answer rose to my tongue. "He's tied up. He's not okay. You need to run," but what came out of my mouth wasn't mine. It was Tyler's, using my delay like an opening. "He's just checking one more thing," Tyler said smoothly as he stepped in behind me. "Generator connection. You know how he is. Wants to make sure I don't electrocute myself the second I plug in at some sketchy dock." He laughed lightly. The sound bounced off the cabin walls in a way that made my teeth ache. Eileen's eyes flicked between us. I watched her gaze pause on Tyler's hand, still resting too casually on my shoulder, then on my own empty, useless hanging at my sides. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "You look like you saw a ghost." I opened my mouth and then closed it again. The engine was idling a little lower now, the deep thrum under our feet slowed and heavy like a tired heartbeat. The hull gave a groan as we rode over a long swell wood and fiberglass flexing together. Somewhere in the galley, a spoon slid against the side of a mug and settled with a soft clink. "Sea trial nerves," Tyler said. "He's not used to being off the dock before noon." He gave my shoulder a little squeeze just this side of playful. It made my skin crawl. "Why don't you sit for a second?" he went on. "We're going to need your signature on a couple of things later, and I want you rested enough to read the fine print." Eileen snorted. "Mark's the one who reads the fine print," she said, but she moved over to the little dinette anyway, lowering herself into the bench seat with a tired sigh. The mug on the table wobbled as she bumped it. Coffee rippled up the sides and over a dark arc that slid down and pooled on the laminate. She reached automatically for a napkin, dabbing at the spill. "I was just thinking," she said more to herself than to us, "if this goes through, this might be the last time I make coffee underway." "Feels weird." "New chapter," Tyler said. grandkid chapter. He stepped closer, the soft soles of his shoes almost silent on the cabin floor. I could hear the tiny squeak of his hoodie fabric. When he shifted his shoulders, the faint tap of something hard keys phone against his thigh in his pocket. "You really okay?" Eileen asked again, looking at me. "You're pale." That was the last normal sentence she got out. The hatch to the engine room stayed closed, but the space above it was not empty. I heard the faint metal whine of the latch a second before it opened. Then the panel slid back just enough for Jace to climb up his shoulders, filling the gap. He came into the cabin like he had in the engine room, fast, direct, without wasted movement. "Mark wants her," he said, nodding toward Eileen. His voice was calm. Too calm. "Says there's something she needs to see." Eileen frowned, half rising. "What, is something wrong down there?" Tyler's hand came off my shoulder and landed lightly on her arm. "Hey," he said, soft. "It's okay. Just a couple of wires he wants you to sign off on." "Come on, Will." He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Jace was already moving. I saw it in pieces the way you do in a crash. Her hand pushing off the table, the napkin still clutched in her fingers. Jace's arm looping around from behind, the mug tipping coffee arcing up in slow motion. Eileen got out half a syllable, a sharp wah, before Jace's hand clamped over her mouth. The chair legs screeched against the floor as he yanked her up and back. One of them caught on a rug edge and tipped. The chair went over with a violent bang, hitting the deck hard enough to rattle the cabinet doors. The mug left her hand spun once and shattered against the galley counter with a sharp, cracking pop. Porcelain skittered everywhere, tiny shards skidding across the floor in all directions. Eileen kicked out one foot, catching the table leg, another glancing off Jace's shin. He barely flinched. His arm tightened around her chest, pinning her arms to her sides. Her scream finally made it out, a raw, tearing sound that only lasted a fraction of a second before his palm swallowed it. "Hey," I said, but my voice sounded distant to my own ears, like I was hearing it through glass. The engine note dipped for a moment, the RPMs dropping as whoever had the helm eased back on the throttle. The hull responded with a long creak, dishes rattling in their cupboards, the cutlery drawer sliding a half-inch open and then slamming shut again when we rolled. Door Jace grunted, chin jerking toward the hatch to the aft deck. Tyler was already moving. He darted past me, yanked the door closed with one hand, and dropped the latch. The click was small, nearly lost under the struggle, Eileen's muffled yelling, her heels thudding against the floor glass, crunching under Jace's boots. "Don't," I said, but I didn't take a step. "Shut up," Tyler said, not even looking at me. He reached to his back pocket and pulled out the duct tape roll I'd seen in the bag. The gray strip he'd peeled loose earlier for convenience still stuck along the rim, ready to be grabbed. He snapped the tail free with a quick jerk. The sound was a harsh RIP that cut through the chaos like a gunshot. "Hold this," he said, tossing the roll toward me. My hands moved automatically. Years of catching tossed tools and thrown keys kicked in. The cardboard core slapped against my palm, heavier than tape had any right to feel. My fingers curled around it, trembling. The sticky edge clung to my skin. "Put it in her hand," Tyler said. For a second, I didn't understand. What he stepped in close enough that I could see the tiny freckles on his nose. His voice dropped to a hiss only I could hear. "Put it in her hand," he repeated. "We're sharing this story." Jace had Eileen half bent backward now, her back pressed against his chest, her eyes wild. They found mine for a second. In them I saw confusion first, then fear, then something else, something that hollowed me out. "Do it," Tyler said. I stepped forward, legs numb. The floor felt like it was tilting more than the gentle roll of the boat could explain. Eileen tried to twist away, But Jace shifted his grip, his hand sliding up to clamp her jaw, fingers digging in just enough to control. Her hands were trapped between her body and his arm, but one wrist had a few inches of slack. It flailed uselessly toward me for a second, before Jace forced it closer. I'm sorry, I heard myself whisper, though I don't know if it was out loud. I took her hand and wrapped her fingers around the cardboard core of the tape. Her skin was warm and slick with sweat shaking under my touch. For a heartbeat, our hands overlapped around that cheap circle of pressed paper. Then Tyler ripped the tape free from her grasp, the loose strip snapping taut, and stepped around to the front. "Hold her," he said. Jace did. Eileen tried to yell something, one last word that might have been Mark's name, but it came out as a wrenching "ma" cut off mid-sound as Tyler slapped the tape across her mouth. The first strip went on crooked, catching more of one cheek than the other. He smoothed it down with his fingers, pressing hard into the lines around her lips. Her scream turned into a raw animal noise behind the adhesive, loud but shapeless. He tore another strip, R.I.P., laid it over the first, this one straighter, sealing the edges. Her breaths came fast through her nose, now loud in the small space. Each exhale whistled around the tape's imperfect seal. Her eyes bulged, tears starting to spill. A fork slid off the galley counter and hit the floor handle first, with a sharp metallic ting that made all three of us flinch for no reason, except that our nerves were wound too tight. "Hands," Tyler said. Jace shifted his grip again, dragging Eileen's arms behind her. She fought, of course she did. It didn't matter. He was bigger, stronger, prepared. Her wrists were forced together. I heard the click, click, click of another zip tie cinching down the plastic, biting into skin. Coffee soaked into the soles of my shoes. The smell rose with the heat in the cabin, burnt bitter wrong. "Down," Jace said. They started moving her toward the hatch to the lower level, the one we'd just come up from. Her feet slipped on a piece of porcelain from the broken mug. Her heel skidded ankle rolling. Jace hauled her upright again, like she weighed nothing. "Grab her feet," Tyler said. "She'll break her neck on the stairs." The way he said it made it sound like he cared, like this was about avoiding unnecessary injury, not about keeping the merchandise intact until they were done with it. I didn't move. My legs refused. He glanced back at me, eyes narrowing. "Last chance to be useful," he said. I stepped forward because I was afraid of him, because I was afraid of what would happen if I didn't, because I was already too far in. Pick any reason, they all led to the same movement. I took hold of Eileen's calves, feeling the muscles jump under my fingers as she kicked. Her shoes scraped against the floor, leaving black scuffs in the coffee and glass dust. "We're just going to talk to Mark," Tyler said in a voice I'd heard him use to soothe a crying baby in the office days before. "That's all. You'll be together." He was lying, and we all knew it in different ways. We maneuvered her toward the hatch. The boat dipped into a trough and rose again, making the narrow space tilt and sway. The trouble lights' glow from below painted the edges of the opening a sickly yellow. "Watch the frame," Tyler said, but the words came half a second too late. Jace misjudged the angle by an inch. Eileen's shoulder cleared the doorway. Her head did not. Her temple struck the edge of the hatch with a dry, hollow thunk. It wasn't loud in terms of decibels, not compared to the engine, or the clatter of dishes, or her muffled screams. But the quality of it, bone against wood and fiberglass, cut through everything. For one stretched, impossible heartbeat, the whole boat seemed to flinch. The engine's note wavered. The hull creaked. The dishes went quiet. Even her struggling stuttered her body going slack in our hands for a split second, before she jerked again, weaker this time. Nobody said anything. Tyler's mouth pressed into a thin line. Jace's jaw tightened. My grip on her legs tightened without meaning to fingers digging into muscle as if I could hold her up against whatever was coming next. Then the world rushed back in the drone of the engine, the rattle of something loose somewhere, Eileen's ragged breathing through her nose behind the tape. We started down the ladder, carrying her into the heat and the noise and the yellow light out of the last bright patch of day she would ever stand in. 5.2. The sign she left for whoever found the paperwork. They did not take her straight to the engine room. That was the part that threw me at first. My brain had already written the rest of the day as one long descent down, down, down into that hot yellow hole until there was nothing but metal and noise and water. Instead, Jace dragged Eileen past the hatch and toward the aft cabin. Slow Dance did not have much in the way of privacy. The master stateroom was really just a mattress in a wooden box tucked under the cockpit, with barely enough room to stand at the foot of the bed. A small porthole on each side let in thin strips of light that moved when the boat rolled. We hauled her in there and laid her on the mattress first, then sat her up with her back against the padded headboard. Her shoes left muddy arcs on the bedspread. Mark was already there. They had moved him while Tyler and I were upstairs. His wrists were bound behind him with zip ties, the plastic cutting into the skin so deep it had already raised angry red welts. His ankles were cinched too, another loop of plastic around both, forcing his feet to stay together. He sat on the edge of the bed, shoulders hunched, breathing hard through his nose. Sweat darkened his shirt down the spine. His face had the grayish cast people get when they have run too far and too fast, and then been stopped all at once. When he saw Eileen, something in his posture snapped back into shape. He twisted, tried to get his legs under him, tried to stand despite the restraints. "Easy," Jace said, hand on his shoulder, pushing him back down. It was meant to sound like advice. It landed like a threat. We manhandled Eileen into place. Tyler yanked her arms behind her back and looped another zip tie around her wrists. The plastic teeth clicked down in a fast mechanical rhythm, click, 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 until her hands were lashed together. Then he shifted her so that she and Mark were sitting back to back on the bed, shoulders pressed against each other, wrists touching behind them. "Together like you want," he said. "See, I'm sentimental." He threaded a third tie through both of their wrist loops, cinching them together. The motion was quick, practiced, no fumbling. With every tug, the plastic tightened, drawing their spines closer until they were a single shape, two torsos welded into one unsteady column. The duffel sat on the floor just inside the door zipper, open now. A thick length of chain fed out over the edge links, clinking softly against one another as Jace tested its weight. On the other side of the bag, something heavy and rectangular crouched in shadow, painted metal corners dulled from use. The spare engine, I would learn to call it later in my head, when I needed to make the truth sound less like what it was. For now, it was just a dense block of iron that made my stomach pitch worse than the waves outside. Tyler left the chain alone for the moment. He straightened up, wiped his palms on his jeans, and reached for his backpack, which sat on the tiny built-in dresser. "Okay," he said, the host voice seeping back into his tone. "Paperwork time." He unzipped the pack and pulled out a thick manila envelope. When he shook it, a stack of documents slid out into his hand edges, crisp and white and utterly insane in that cramped little room. Sale forms, title transfer, bank authorizations, one last round of normal life dressed up in legalese. He fanned them out like a deck of cards, tapping them into a neat stack. "We're going to keep this simple," he said. "You sign what I tell you to sign. When we get back, it all looks clean. Nobody asks questions beyond maybe why didn't they call their kids first. That part's on you." He turned to me. "Pen," he said. There was one already on the narrow shelf above the bed, a cheap ballpoint with the Marina logo half rubbed off. I reached for it, my hand moving like it was underwater. I passed it to him, trying not to notice how badly my fingers shook. The pen clicked once when he twisted the barrel. The sound was sharp in the small cabin, a tiny, ugly metronome. Scritch. He signed his own name on something first. Maybe a fake bill of sale, maybe some note to himself. The ballpoint scratched over the paper, the tip catching slightly, where the page bent over his knee. Scritch, scritch. He flipped to the next document. The pages made a soft, papery sigh as they slid against each other. Mark and Eileen sat still, breathing, pressed together, back-to-back hands, bound feet braced on the floor to keep from sliding as the boat rose and fell. The tape over Eileen's mouth wrinkled slightly, with every exhale the edges already damp where her breath had condensed. Mark's jaw worked, but whatever words he had died in his throat. Tyler stepped closer. "All right," he said. "Here's your part." He held the first form up where Mark could see it. His thumb pointed to the blank line at the bottom. "Seller's signature," he said. "Nice and clear, just like you practiced when you signed your first house." He crouched enough that they were almost at eye level. "You can read it if you want," he added. "But it says exactly what you think it says. You're selling me this boat free and clear. No duress, no threats. Just a good deal between friends." He smiled when he said "no duress," like it was an inside joke. Mark's nostrils flared. His eyes cut toward me for half a second, then went back to the paper. "Do it," Jace said quietly from the foot of the bed. The chain links in his hands clinked together in a soft, insistent rhythm as he shifted his grip. Tyler pressed the pen into Mark's hand, guiding it to the line. The zip tie around his wrists limited his movement, but he still managed to angle his fingers enough to grip the plastic barrel. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the pen scratched down. Scritch. Mark Hawks. He wrote the letters a little sloppier than the ones on the insurance forms he kept in his chart table, but legible. The ink sank into the fibers, making tiny, feathery edges around each stroke. "Good," Tyler said. "Again here. Scritch, scritch. Different line. Different form. Name again. Date. Initials inside little boxes." Every sound of the pen on paper scraped along my nerves. I could hear the subtle roughness of the ballpoint against the cheap stock, the momentary hesitation when it caught on a bump, the slightly louder scratch when Mark pressed too hard out of anger or fear. He passed the pen to Eileen next. "Your turn," he said. She stared at him for a long beat, her breaths coming sharp through her nose. Then she turned her head just enough to look at me out of the corner of her eye. It was not a dramatic look. No flaring music, no slow zoom. Just a tired, wet gaze that locked onto mine and held. "Please," it said. "Not just please stop this. Please help. Please do something. Please remember." My throat closed. I wanted to drop to my knees and tell her I was sorry, that I was the wrong person to have in that room, that if there was a version of this story with a hero in it, he was somewhere very far away. Instead, I did nothing. Again. Tyler pressed the pen into her hand. With her wrists bound, her fingers were at an awkward angle, but she curled them around the barrel anyway. "Right here," he said, tapping the line with his finger. "Seller number 2. She looked down at the page. The strip of tape over her mouth crinkled as her jaw clenched. Then she wrote. The pen moved in small, careful strokes. Scritch, scritch. I watched the ink form the letters I had seen on a dozen Amazon boxes and holiday cards, taped to the Marina office door in December. Eileen Haw, She hesitated for half a second on the last letter. Then she stopped. She lifted the pen before finishing the K. Eileen Holm. If you looked quick, if you were stressed or distracted or not expecting it, it just looked like a sloppy signature. The kind you get at a grocery store checkout when the stylus is broken. But I had watched her write her name on a sign-up sheet for the Marina potluck. I had watched her fill out a maintenance request. I'd seen her jot her name on a sticky note for a neighbor. She always wrote all the letters. Neat, a little rounded, with an extra curl on the K. This time she had stopped just before that curl. Tyler frowned for a split second, eyes flicking from the line to her face. Again, he said, flipping to another form. Here too. He tapped the new line. Seller, date. Eileen's shoulders squared slightly against Mark's back. She gripped the pen a little tighter. Scritch. Eileen Haw. Her hand lifted again, leaving the name hanging there, one letter short. If you lined the signatures up later, you'd see it. The same missing piece. A pattern, a tiny, stubborn refusal buried in ink. I realized what she was doing about halfway through the third one. It hit me like a wave of cold water. Not because it changed anything. In that moment, the chain was still there, the tape was still on her mouth, the zip ties still bit into their wrists. But because it was the opposite of what I was doing. She was leaving a mark for someone she would never meet. A breadcrumb in black ink. The only way she had to say, I did not agree to this. I was not okay. Tyler noticed too eventually. What is this? He said, tapping the incomplete name. You forget how to spell your own last name now. Eileen lifted her head and looked at him. Her eyes were clearer than I expected, considering everything. There was fear there, of course, but under it, something like defiance. She made a small sound behind the tape, a low hum in her throat that could have been anything. Tyler stared at her for a moment, then snorted. Whatever he said, nobody reads signatures anyway. He shuffled the stack of papers, flipping pages with sharp, efficient movements. Each flip made a soft, papery woof. He slid the signed forms back into the envelope one by one, the edges whispering against the manila. At the foot of the bed, Jace tested the weight of the chain. The links slid over the painted metal block with a grinding, clinking sound, metal on metal, heavy and final. Every time he lifted and dropped it an inch, the hull vibrated a little in sympathy. Clink. I watched his hands. I listened to the chain. I heard the scratch of the pen echo in my head long after Tyler stopped writing. Later, when detectives and lawyers and reporters somewhere would talk about signs and indicators, and under duress, they would point to those signatures. To the missing letter. To the small act of resistance in a room where everything else had been stripped away. They would call it brave, clever. A message in a bottle, standing in that cramped cabin with coffee drying on the floor and their shoulders pressed together. It just made everything hurt worse. Because she had reached out to the future with 3 half-finished words. And in the present, I was still standing there doing nothing, holding a pen that already felt like it had blood on it. 5.3. The slowest fall in the world. When I try to remember the walk to the stern, my brain wants to turn it into a blur, like I blinked and they were just suddenly gone. It did not happen like that. It was slow. It was detailed. There were 100 chances for somebody to come to their senses, and nobody did. We brought them out in pieces. First came the chain. Jace dragged it from the cabin like he was pulling a stubborn hose, the links clinking and grinding over the lip of the doorway. The spare engine came with it, an old block of iron Mark had once joked he kept just in case. It had bolt holes on the top and rust creeping out from the seams. It took both Jace and Tyler to wrestle it through the narrow hall, the corners banging against the wood paneling with dull, hollow thumps. The boat shivered with every hit. I followed because I had nowhere else to go. Mark and Eileen shuffled behind us, tied back-to-back wrists carved into by plastic. Jace had looped a temporary wrap of chain around their joined hands, a lazy coil that trailed behind them and whispered across the floor. Their steps were small, clumsy. Without arms to balance, every roll of the boat threatened to send them sideways. Mark tried to steer her weight with his, keeping them both upright. I watched the back of his head tilt the tendon in his neck, working as he murmured against the tape at her cheek, words only she could hear. We came out into the light like a bad procession. The aft deck of Slow Dance was not big. A rectangle of weathered fiberglass scuffed from coolers and flip-flops and folding chairs. A waist-high wooden rail ran along the stern, its varnish long since given up gray grain showing through where salt and sun had eaten it. Beyond that was nothing but water and distance. Out here, the world was all contrast. The sky was too blue. The water was too flat. Even the faint smudge of shore felt wrong, small and distant and useless. The bridge was a toy on the horizon, its pillars thin white sticks against the land. No one up there could see us. If they had, all they would have seen was a white boat cutting slowly across a glitter path. The engine idled just above neutral, now keeping us in a lazy drift near the hole in the chart Mark had pointed out earlier. The hum under our feet was low and heavy. The wake we made was small, just two gentle lines spreading away behind us and fading into nothing. "Here," Tyler said. "Set it just inside the rail." They propped the iron block near the transom right in front of the open water. Jace fed the chain around it with practiced motions, looping it through bolt holes around corners, creating a nest of metal that would not slip. Every time he pulled more slack from the pile at his feet, the link scraped against the deck in a jagged rhythm. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound vibrated up through my shoes and into my legs. When he threaded the free end up and over the top of the block, the edge of the chain brushed my wrist. The cold of it shocked me more than it should have, a biting, oily chill that seemed to go straight through my skin and into bone. "Hands," Tyler said. He knelt in front of Mark and Eileen, who were lowered carefully onto the deck, still back to back. The engine noise filled the space between their breathing. Their legs stuck out awkwardly, feet pushed up against the base of the rail. From this angle, you could see how close the waterline really was. The ocean sat just on the other side of a few inches of fiberglass and wood tapping against the hull with soft, hollow slaps. Tyler took the bitter end of the chain and fed it through the loop of plastic around their wrists. He threaded it twice, then brought it back around, making a clumsy figure 8 that bit into Mark's skin. With each pull, the links tightened the weight of the block, translating into tension on their hands. The metal made a faint chiming sound as he worked tiny, uneven notes against the deeper engine hum. Too tight, I heard Mark grunt behind the tape. His voice was thick, but the words were still there. Tyler pretended not to hear. Eileen's eyes were on me again. Out here in the sunlight, they looked lighter than they had in the cabin, flecks of gray showing around the pupils. The tape was still sealed over her mouth, wrinkled at the corners, damp where she'd tried to talk, to breathe, to cry. I could have knelt. I could have reached out, at least touched her shoulder, done something human. I stayed standing, hands gripping the rail so hard, the old wood dug into my palms. "Check it," Jace said. Tyler gave the chain a testing tug. The block shifted a fraction of an inch, scraping the deck with a grinding moan. The links running between it and their wrists went taut, then slack, then taut again. I felt the vibrations through my feet. "Yeah," Tyler said. That'll do. The air changed then. It's hard to explain if you haven't spent a lot of time outside, really outside, away from buildings and cars and air conditioners. But sometimes out on the water, the wind just stops, not for long. A breath, maybe two, long enough to notice. That's what it did. 1 minute, there was a steady little breeze coming over the stern, ruffling my shirt, carrying diesel smell and warm salt. The next, it was like someone had closed a door. The air went still. The tiny hiss of wind in my ears vanished. Even the gulls overhead went quiet for a second. The engine eased down into a softer idle. The bow swung lazily, finding its own line with the swell. The whole world felt like it had leaned in, holding its breath. Sound got weird. I could hear the micro sounds too clearly. Mark's breath whistling through his nose, fast and harsh. The slight stick-unstick rhythm of Eileen's back against his with every exhale. The faint creak of the rail under my fingers as my weight shifted. The faraway slap of water against the hull. "Okay," Tyler said, exhaling. "Showtime." He moved to the davit, just a small manual hoist mounted near the stern, mostly used for dinghies or heavy gear. They had lashed the engine block to its hook while I was still in the cabin. "Get on that," he told Jace. Jace wrapped his big hands around the crank handle. With a few slow turns, the block started to rise. It came up inch by inch, the chain clinking and tightening, the weight moving from deck to cable. As it cleared the fiberglass, more of the chain left the pile and slithered after it, running over the edge of the transom. The sound of it scraping over the wood was almost unbearable. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Every link that went over made a brief metallic shriek as it kissed the worn rail, then dropped out of sight. The vibrations ran through the beam and into my hands, into my arms, until it felt like I was holding onto the throat of some animal being forced to swallow something too large. Mark shifted his shoulders, testing the restraint. The movement tugged the chain, made the block sway slightly on its cable. "Don't fight it," Jace said. "You'll just make it worse." They were both breathing fast now. Even with tape over her mouth, you could hear how hard Eileen was pulling air through her nose, each inhale a desperate, high-pitched flare. "You don't have to do this," I said to Tyler, the words weak, late, useless. He didn't look at me. "We're past that part," he said. The block hung now just outside the rail, dangling over the water. The davit arm creaked under the strain. The cable sang faintly, a tight metallic hum. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. The boat was perfectly between waves, neither rising nor falling. The water below the stern looked flat as glass sunlight, turning the surface into a sheet of silver. You couldn't see anything beneath that skin. Then Jace slipped the safety pin. There was no dramatic pause. No counting down. 1 second the weight was hanging there. The next, it wasn't. The block dropped. The sound of it hitting the water was a low, thick whump, not the splash of something light, but the impact of real mass breaking the surface. For a fraction of a moment, nothing else happened. Then the chain ran. It was in my hands before my brain processed it, the sight of it whipping over the rail like a live thing, links blurring. They tore along the wood, the scrape turning into a grinding scream as metal shot over old varnish. The vibrations slammed into my palms, up my forearms, rattling the bones. Clink, 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 clink. The pile on deck vanished in a rush. Each loop of chain pulled toward that invisible weight, now plummeting straight down. A few links bounced off the fiberglass as they went ringing sharp, painful notes that cut through the deep rush. Mark and Eileen jerked as the slack disappeared. The chain snapped tight with a brutal yank. The whole boat shuddered. The stern dipped hard for a heartbeat, water surging up along the transom. Something in the cabin crashed to the floor, a pot maybe, or dishes. They slid toward the rail, together, their joined hands dragged forward, as if a giant hand had grabbed them. Mark tried to dig his heels in the rubber soles of his shoes, squealing against the wet deck. It slowed nothing. Their shoulders hit the rail first. Bones against old wood made two sick, dull knocks. Then they were over. There was no scream. Not really. The tape saw to that. Just a muffled, strangled sound and a flash of eyes of gray and brown and too much white as their bodies went weightless for a blink, and then were gone. The surface closed over them with barely a splash. A few bubbles boiled up silver and brief, then disappeared. The last of the chain clattered over the edge, one final loop slapping the rail and dropping into silence. And then it was quiet. Not completely. The engine still idled a low, faithful hum. The hull still creaked. Somewhere a gull called, once irritated and distant. But the immediate sound, the frantic clatter of chain, the heavy impacts. Their bodies hitting the rail vanished so thoroughly, it felt like the world had inhaled them and decided not to exhale. For a second, none of us moved. Then Tyler broke the stillness with a sound that should never have belonged to that moment. Whew! He yelled loud and high, throwing both hands up like some kid who had just landed a trick shot on camera. He ran to the rail right next to me, leaned over it, and stared into the place where the water had swallowed them. His grin was wide, almost manic. The sunlight caught in his eyes, turning them bright and empty. "Damn," he said, laughing a little. "Did you see that clean?" That was clean. He stayed there a second longer, watching the unbroken surface as if expecting some sort of encore. There wasn't one. The wake behind us smoothed out. The water turned flat again, just a broad sheet of blue-green gently ruffled by the returning breeze. The world resumed its distant business boats on the horizon, faint traffic on the invisible bridge, the endless, indifferent movement of the tide. I stood with my hands still locked around the rail knuckles, white palms throbbing from the chain's passage. My stomach felt hollow, like someone had scooped it out with a dull spoon. Below us, 300 feet down, two people sat in the dark, still chained to what we used to call the spare engine. Up here, there was no sign. No blood, no debris, nothing floating. Just light on water. It was in that blank, shining silence that a new thought slid into my head and settled there like a stone. I realized graves do not need headstones. Sometimes they only need enough depth and a man like him to smile while he makes them. 6-2-1, dock cameras and the first news alert coming back in felt wrong from the first bump of wake under the hull. We'd been drifting near that deep patch long enough for the sun to slide a little west. The light had shifted, gone from white to the first hint of gold. To anyone on shore, Slow Dance would have just looked like a boat that had gone out for a short spin and was now heading in early for a late lunch. Inside the cabin, nobody talked about what we'd just done. The hatch to the aft cabin was shut. The engine was back at a steady, workmanlike RPM, like a heart that had decided stubbornly to keep beating. "Okay," Tyler said at the helm tone, casual, like he was wrapping a filming day. "Same deal as we talked about. They left with us, they didn't come back with us. You saw them take a car. That's it." "They don't have a car here," I said. My voice sounded hoarse, scraped raw from all the words I hadn't actually said. "Then they called a taxi," he said. "Or an Uber. Whatever your manager believes in." I stared through the forward windows. The marina was getting bigger details resolving out of the haze masts, roofs, the squat shape of the office with its faded fuel, ice, bait, signed the small knot of pickup trucks and sedans in the lot. And there, mounted under the eave, the dark dome of one of the cameras. Fixed on the fuel dock, catching every arrival, every departure. "You're overthinking it," Tyler said. People leave boats. People go inland. Happens every day. Not like this, I said. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. By the time we glided along Sea Dock toward Slow Dance's old slip, his game face was back on. Sunglasses, easy grin, hand resting light on the wheel. Lines, he called. My body went through the motions like a program someone else had written. I stepped out onto the side deck, grabbed the bowline, tossed it cleanly to one of the liveaboards who'd walked out to help without even thinking. I heard myself say thanks, heard my own voice call out distances and directions to Tyler, 5 feet. 3. Neutral, like any other docking. The familiar squeal of fenders against pilings, the hollow thump of hull meeting rubber. The thick, damp slap of dock lines landing on cleats. Rick, my manager, came out of the office with a clipboard and his harbor authority cap slightly askew. He shaded his eyes to see better, his other hand already fishing for a pen. "Well, look at you," he called. "Got back in one piece. How's she run?" Tyler killed the engine. The sudden drop in noise made the dock sounds rush in halyards clinking distant traffic, a gull complaining over a French fry somewhere. "She's great," Tyler said, stepping off onto the dock with the practiced bounce of someone who knows how to make an entrance. "Steady, honest. Exactly what I'm looking for." He stuck his hand out. Rick took it, their palms slapping together with that solid little smack managers and buyers use when money is involved. "Where's your sellers?" Rick asked, looking over Tyler's shoulder, eyes scanning for Mark's windbreaker, Eileen's messy ponytail. I figured they'd want to show off a little. For half a second, nobody said anything. The only sound was the soft glug-glug of water between the hull and the dock. "They headed out," Tyler said smoothly. They got a call. Family thing inland, left in a hurry. Said to tell you thanks again for everything." Rick frowned. "Huh, they take your car," Tyler said. "Taxi. Something about needing to get to the bus station fast." I offered them a ride. They said they didn't want to bother us. He shrugged, the picture of reasonable disappointment. Rick absorbed that, then looked at me like my face might offer some extra detail. "That what you saw?" he asked. "They take off." I felt Tyler's eyes on the side of my head. The camera dome above the fuel dock might as well have been a gun barrel. "Yeah," I said. "They left. Couple minutes after we tied up." Rick grunted. Weird they didn't say bye. But hey, people are people. He flipped his clipboard open, started in on the script: fuel usage, temporary moorage, deposit transfers. Tyler talked numbers with him, easy, comfortable, like this really was just about a boat. Behind them, the marina went on being itself. The ice machine clunked to life near the bait shop. The soda cooler in the office cycled, compressor wheezing into a higher pitch. A kid on a neighboring dock dropped something metal, and it hit the planks with a loud clang, followed by swearing. If you'd walked through just then, you'd have said it was a normal day. Sunny, busy, fine. I went back to work. That sounds impossible, but that's what happened. The clock did not stop. People still needed gas. They still brought in fish to clean at the tables, still laughed too loud on their way to the parking lot carrying coolers and sunburns. The rest of my shift blurred. I remember flashes, the feel of the pump handle in my palm, the beep of the register, Rick handing me a stack of receipts to file. I remember standing in the break room at one point, staring at my own reflection in the microwave door, not recognizing the person looking back. The CCTV monitor sat in the corner, in its usual spot, split into 4 boxed-out views. The parking lot, the fuel dock, the gangway, the far end of Sea Dock. Every time my eyes slid toward it, I saw ghosts. Mark and Eileen walking towards Slow Dance carrying groceries. Then that same path, empty with Tyler and me stepping back onto the dock alone. The system recorded over itself every 30 days. I found myself counting, even though I wasn't sure what I wanted more for those images to vanish, or to be frozen forever in a place where somebody smarter than me could rewind and say right there, that's where it went wrong. The news hit 2 days later. It was a slow, overcast afternoon. The marina had that strange gray quiet it gets when the sky threatens rain, but never commits. Boats stayed in slips. The only people around were liveaboards tinkering with things that didn't need tinkering with. I was in the break room pretending to eat a sandwich. The TV mounted in the corner was on volume low, playing some daytime talk show with bright graphics and laughing hosts. The microwave hummed under it. The old coffee pot on the counter burbled as it tried to keep stale coffee warm. The AC in the ceiling rattled air, pushing out in uneven bursts that smelled faintly of dust and chlorine from the mop bucket in the corner. My phone buzzed on the table. A text from one of the liveaboards, "You see this Channel 7. Before I could answer, the talk show cut to a commercial, then faded into the blue, somber background of the local news. The anchor's voice dropped half an octave into serious mode. Developing story out of the Marina District, he was saying. A retired couple who had been living aboard their vessel are now missing along with their car. My throat closed. I turned the volume up a notch. The screen cut to a photo I knew too well. Mark and Eileen standing on the dock next to Slow Dance, smiling at whoever had taken the picture. Mark in his windbreaker, hand on the rail. Eileen with her arm around his waist, hair blown sideways by the wind, laughing at something off camera. The boat name was visible on the stern in neat lettering, white paint, a little chipped at the edges. Friends say the couple, Mark and Eileen Hawkes, had recently put their boat up for sale, the anchor said. They were last seen leaving the marina with a prospective buyer for a sea trial earlier this week. They reportedly told friends they planned to travel inland afterwards. They have not been heard from since. B-roll footage played a camera panning across our marina sign, the fuel dock, the office. There was even a short shot, grainy, zoomed in from the highway bridge. Probably some old promotional piece of Slow Dance easing out of the harbor on a different day. Wake curling behind her. If you have any information about their whereabouts, the anchor continued, you're encouraged to contact Newport Police or Crime Stoppers at the number on your screen. A phone number appeared under their faces. Below it, in bold white letters, the words, "Missing Boaters." My sandwich sat untouched on its plate. My hands were wet. It took me a second to realize I'd squeezed the plastic water bottle in front of me so hard it had buckled, condensation running down onto my fingers. For a moment, all the sounds in the room stacked up, the AC rattling overhead, the coffee pot sizzling, the microwave's fan humming, even though it wasn't running, the faint roar of a blender from the bait shop next door. The newscaster's voice rolled on, transitioning to weather. And after the break, we'll look at how this weekend's storm system could impact your plans. Then everything hiccuped. The TV picture jittered, scrambled into a mess of pixels for half a second. The audio cut came back as a high chirp of static. At the exact same moment, the AC unit in the ceiling coughed and shut off mid-rattle. The coffee pot made a sharp clicking sound and went dead. The little fridge in the corner hummed down into silence. Mechanical hush, the same unnatural, vacuumed-out quiet that had started this story in my apartment, now replaying in a cheap marina break room. The only sound left was the tiny buzz of the fluorescent light over the sink and my own breathing. I stared at the TV, at the frozen, half-glitched image of the weather guy caught mid-gesture, his hand a smear across the screen. For that one stupid second, I thought I was about to see something else appear where he'd been. A face at a window. Two figures underwater. Tyler grinning straight at the camera from the other side of the glass. Then the power bump resolved itself. The AC coughed back to life with a rush of air. The fridge compressor kicked in. The coffee pot started its weak little sizzle again. The TV resumed mid-sentence. Highs in the upper 70s at the coast. Mark and Eileen's segment was gone, swallowed by the crawl of other bad news. I sat there in the humming, buzzing room, the aftertaste of that hush still prickling along my nerves, and understood that the story had left the dock. It was on the air now, and somewhere on some other screen, the algorithm was already lining up what people would see after the Missing Boaters segment. Clips, suggested stories, recommended videos, faces, including his. 6.2, the envelope in my locker. Tyler did not hang around to play concerned friend. For about a week after the news story, he still showed up. Not every day, but enough. He brought Slow Dance back in and out a few times, running her like any new owner would. Sometimes he had a guy with a clipboard on board, sometimes a kid with a drone, sometimes nobody. He shook hands with people, talked about content, and refit plans, flashed that same easy smile when anyone brought up Mark and Eileen. Yeah, man, such a shock, I heard him tell one of the live aboards. They were talking about Mexico. I really hope they're just off-grid and forgot to tell someone. He said it with just enough worry in his voice to be believable. The missing posters went up around the marina at the same time, a blurry printout of their photo from the news tape curling at the corners in the damp air. Someone stuck one on the bulletin board by the restrooms, another near the ice machine. Their faces watched everyone buy bait-fill coolers, drag carts. Slow Dance looked wrong without them. After a few days, a broker's sign showed up on her rail. For sale. Contact with a phone number. The flyer that had once had their cell scribbled on it inside the office now had a different name across the top in neat printed letters. Rick shook his head when he told me. Guy flipped it fast, he said. Must have decided he didn't want the live aboard life after all. He said it like he didn't care either way. Like it was just inventory moving, not a grave changing hands. Then Tyler stopped coming. His SUV quit appearing in the lot. His name faded from dock talk in that way all names do if you give it enough days. People had bills and broken pumps and leaking hatches to worry about. The posted phone number on the broker sign changed once. Then Slow Dance disappeared too, taken away on a bright morning by a couple from Sacramento or Seattle or somewhere else that started with an S. I did not want to know. Her slip stood empty after that. Just two tired cleats and pale rectangles on the dock where her fenders had rubbed the slime off. That was the day I found the envelope. Our locker room was basically a closet someone stuck metal boxes and a sink into. No windows. One fluorescent tube overhead that flickered for a second before committing to being on. The whole place smelled like old mop water, cheap deodorant, and wet nylon. I went in at the end of a shift, brain running on fumes. I wanted to change my shirt, splash water on my face, stare at a spot on the wall until my head stopped replaying the news anchor saying missing boaters over and over. The buzz of the fluorescent filled the room, a thin insect-like drone that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Somewhere inside the wall, the plumbing clicked and groaned. The sink under the mirror had a slow leak. A drop of water fell every few seconds, hitting the metal drain with a soft, patient tick. I spun my locker combination numbers I could dial half asleep. The latch popped. The door creaked when I pulled it open, the hinges complaining in a high metallic whine. Something beige sat on top of my spare hoodie. A plain envelope. No logo. No stamp. My name on the front in neat block letters, black ink, no return address. My stomach dropped before my brain caught up. It could have been anything, a note from Rick, a memo, some HR thing about hours. But I knew. The way you know when the phone rings at 3 a.m. that it is not good news. My fingers left sweaty smudges on the paper as I picked it up. It felt heavy in a way that had nothing to do with weight. Inside cash. A thick stack of 20s and 50s folded once. No band, no bank envelope. Just loose bills, edges slightly frayed, smelling like strangers' hands and gas stations and time. On top of the pile, a small torn piece of notebook paper. For your silence and your time. T. I stared at the words until the letters blurred. The fluorescent buzz deepened in my ears, turned into a thin, piercing whine. The drip in the sink seemed to get louder. Tick, tick, tick. There was no way to pretend I'd misunderstood what this was. It wasn't thanks. It wasn't sorry. It was an invoice labeled paid. A receipt with my soul itemized at the bottom. For a few minutes, I just stood there with the envelope in one hand and the note in the other heart pounding like it wanted out. Then, my brain did exactly what he'd told me it would do. It started running scenarios. I pictured walking out of the locker room, out of the office, straight past the fuel dock, up the ramp, across the parking lot, onto the street. I pictured not stopping until I hit the glass doors of the police station 2 miles inland, the air-conditioned blast smelling like disinfectant and paper. I pictured dropping the envelope on the counter, the cash splaying out, the note face up. I pictured the officers' faces shifting from neutral to interested. Then the questions would start. How did you get this? Why didn't you come sooner? Walk us through that day on the water. Again, slower. I saw myself on the hard plastic chair in an interview room, flickering fluorescence overhead. Another buzz, another drip somewhere. I saw the detective sliding a folder across the table, grainy printouts of CCTV stills inside me, carrying the duffel, me casting off lines, me stepping off the boat without them. You touched the chain, you helped tape her, you watched him restrain the husband, and you. What just froze? I heard my own answers sounding pathetic and small, all that I was scared, and I didn't know how to stop it, and I thought he'd kill me too. I heard the pauses between the questions, the way their eyes would rest on me, assessing not just my words, but the shape of me. Night shift guy. No close family. Keeps to himself. I saw a courtroom, a jury, a public defender with too many clients and not enough time. I saw headlines with my name under the words charged and accomplice. I saw my mother's face when my mugshot came up on her TV in whatever apartment she was in now, wherever she kept her own noisy silence. The envelope got heavier in my hand with every frame my imagination conjured. You could still do it, some thin, stubborn part of me whispered. You could still walk in there and tell them everything. You could write it down if your voice won't work. You could get on a bus out of town and do it somewhere else. You don't have to keep this. My grip tightened around the bills. The paper crinkled. The fluorescent above me flickered once, twice, then steadied. The drip from the sink kept time. Tick, tick, tick. Outside beyond the cinder block wall, a boat horn gave a single low blast. A seagull screamed. A dock cart rattled over uneven planks. The world went on. I shoved the money back into the envelope and stuffed it to the back of the locker behind the spare hoodie and a half-used bottle of sunscreen. Then I closed the door and slammed it harder than I meant to. The bang echoed in the small room, metal ringing off metal until the vibrato died. I stood there in the after-sound chest heaving and realized I'd just answered Tyler without saying a word. I didn't quit that day. I didn't run to the police. I went back to my shift. I filled out fuel logs. I answered questions about tide tables. I pretended not to notice when people lowered their voices at the mention of the missing couple. And at night, when the marina emptied and the sky went dark, I started to hear something new. The first time it was probably real. I was out on Sea Dock around midnight checking lines before a wind shift. The sodium orange lights along the gangway cast long, warped shadows. The only other sound was the restless slap of small waves against hulls, little hollow knocks, like someone knocking from the wrong side of a door. Then, from somewhere down near D Dock, I heard it, a dragging metallic sound. Chain, heavy links scraping over wood. Slow. Scrape. Scrape. I froze. The hairs on my arms went up. The memory of the chain snatching through my hands over the stern punched through my chest with sickening clarity. Just a mooring line, I told myself. Someone pulling an anchor rode. Someone moving gear. I forced my legs to move, walked toward the sound. By the time I reached the end of the dock, it had stopped. There was nothing to see but a couple of sailboats rocking in their slips, their halyards ticking lazily against masts. I went back to the office, told myself I was jumpy, that this was exactly how guilt worked. It turned every sound into an echo of what you'd done. But the chain came back. Sometimes it was closer, sometimes farther. Sometimes it was a clear, sharp scrape along the planks when I absolutely knew that no one else was out there. I'd step outside, breath-held flashlight beam cutting across empty docks, and hear it again just at the edge of reach, retreating ahead of me like something that did not want to be caught. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Other nights it was faint under other noises, the bait shop fridge, the PA system crackling, the highway hiss, as if the marina itself had picked up a new background sound. Maybe there was a logical source. Loose hardware, an old anchor someone left half-hauled, some new boat with bad rigging. Or maybe the only real chain had gone over the rail with them, and the one I was hearing now was the one Tyler had given me, invisible, and just as heavy, dragging behind me wherever I went. 6.3. The day his face popped up again. Time did not heal anything. It just layered other noises on top. I lasted another 6 months at the marina before the combination of chain sounds, missing person flyers, and the way Rick started watching me a little too closely finally got to me. I told him I needed more hours and a different schedule. He told me he could not change the tide. So I quit. The gas station job came from a help-wanted sign in a convenience store window off the state route a few miles inland. Graveyard shift, minimum wage, plus a few cents, must be okay alone at night. It felt at the time like a way to reset. Different dock, same darkness. The station sat on the corner where the highway met a smaller feeder road, 4 islands of pumps under buzzing canopy lights. A squat building with 2 bright coolers and aisles of snacks. The air smelled like burned coffee, spilled soda, and the faint sour tang of old gasoline soaked into concrete. My world shrank to its new perimeter. Inside, the beer cooler hummed in a low, constant rumble that you felt more than heard, like far-off thunder that never arrived. The open-air fridge along the back wall, milk juice, cold brew cans, cycled in higher, more nervous bursts, the compressor wheezing on, off, on, off. A little lottery machine near the register beeped obnoxiously whenever someone fed it a crumpled bill. Outside, pumps clicked and beeped, card readers chirped, and the overhead speakers murmured the same 3 pop songs every night on a loop. Beyond that, there was the hiss and rush of late-night traffic on wet asphalt when it rained tires, spraying water engines droning. I learned the night people, truckers stopping for coffee and cigarettes, parents in minivans at 2 a.m. with a crying baby and the back eyes hollow. Teenagers buying energy drinks and pretending not to care about the security cameras. Every now and then, someone would come in smelling like the ocean salt diesel wet dock lines, and my hands would grip the counter a little too tight. But most nights, the closest I got to water was the condensation running down the cooler doors. At home, I tried to build a life small enough to carry. The apartment I ended up in was a one-bedroom wedged behind the station part of an older complex that had clearly given up on impressing anyone. Beige carpet, thin walls, a back door that opened onto a narrow strip of grass, and a chain-link fence. The sounds there became their own soundtrack. Fridge hum, a smooth, steady whir that kicked a little higher when it cycled. Wall AC unit breathing in slow, wheezing gusts rattling when the fan hit a certain speed. Cars swishing by on the main road beyond the fence, their headlights flickering across my blinds like passing ghosts. Upstairs, neighbor pacing on the old wood floor, each footfall a dull thump over my ceiling at odd hours. It was not peace, but it was predictable. I worked, I slept, I ate microwaved food in front of screens. I avoided the news, especially anything that mentioned marinas or missing people. When the story about Mark and Eileen stopped coming up on my feeds, I told myself that was good, that it meant the world was moving on and I could too. For almost 3 years, I pretended to believe that. Then YouTube betrayed me. It was a Tuesday night or maybe a Thursday, the kind of night that feels like it could be any other. My shift had ended at 11 p.m. instead of 7 a.m. because a new guy needed more overnight hours, and I did not argue. I went home with a stale breakfast burrito and a 6-pack of the cheap beer nobody stole because nobody actually wanted it. By midnight, I was stretched out on the couch and my sweatpants laptop open, but ignored the TV doing its usual work of filling the room with someone else's noise. My feet were propped on the coffee table. The AC wheezed. The fridge hummed. YouTube autoplay had taken me down some harmless rabbit hole boat restorations of all things. Old wooden hulls dragged out of barns. Rusted fishing boats getting new engines. I watched a guy in Maine caulk a seam, another guy in Florida polish a rail. It felt like punishment and comfort at the same time. The video ended. The next one queued up before I could reach for the remote. The thumbnail hit me first, a wide shot of a sun-bleached marina in some other town, some other coast. In the center, a man stood in front of a tired-looking yacht, arms spread like he was presenting a prize. The title read, "We saved this boat from the scrapyard." And there he was. Tyler. Older maybe, slightly thicker around the jaw, different haircut, but it was him. The same TV smile, the same two bright eyes, the same way he tilted his head a little toward camera like he had a secret to let you in on. My thumb hovered over the remote. I could have scrolled past. I should have. Instead, I clicked. The video opened with drone footage of the marina seagulls wheeling overhead, their cries sharp and distant through my speakers. The camera swooped down toward a row of boats, then cut to Tyler walking along a dock in a faded ball cap and branded hoodie. "What's up, guys?" he said, voice bouncing with practiced enthusiasm. "Welcome back to the channel. Today we are doing something a little different. This old girl behind me was headed straight for the scrap heap. Her owners gave up, the bank gave up, everybody gave up. But we don't do that here. We save boats. We give them fresh starts, like family." He slapped the tired hull with his palm, the sound a dull, hollow thud through my speakers. Salt wind and wave sounds filled the video layered over stock music, soft guitar, a beat meant to sound like heart and work. Overlaid with that in my apartment was the steady hum of my fridge and the occasional clunk of the upstairs neighbor dropping something. Two worlds of sound mashed together in my head. He walked through the cabin on screen talking about rot and mold and bringing her back to life. Every now and then he mentioned his own family. "My little girl loves coming out here. My wife says I live on the dock, huh?" The camera cut to a clip of a child laughing on deck, life jacket, two big arms flung wide. "People think these old boats are lost causes," he said into camera at one point, standing in the engine room of this new victim. "But I don't believe in lost causes. I believe in what you can do with the right tools and the right people." You know, I laughed a short, ugly sound that made me cough. My thumb found the comment section icon before I realized what I was doing. The text box popped up. My fingers hovered over the keys, then started typing almost on their own. "You murdered a couple and dropped them in 300 feet of water. You don't save boats, you bury people." The words glared back at me from the screen, all caps too loud, even in my own head. For a long moment, I just stared at them. My heart thudded in my chest, hard enough to make the laptop screen tremble slightly, balanced on my knees. My cursor blinked at the end of the sentence, little pulse of blue, asking, well, I pictured what would happen if I hit post. Best case, the comment vanished into the ocean of junk under every video, buried under great content and first and spam links. A few people might like it. A few might argue nobody with power would care. Worst case, Tyler saw it. Recognized my username. Found the breadcrumb trail I'd tried not to leave. Between those polls, there was another possibility. Someone believed it. Someone dug. Someone poked the old story, woke it up. Cops, reporters, lawyers, questions. Mark and Eileen's faces on screens again. Mine next to them this time. I hit backspace. The sentence vanished letter by letter, erasing itself like it had never existed. I closed the app. The video's sound cut off mid-word, Tyler's mouth frozen mid-smile for a second, before the TV flipped to the home screen. My reflection floated there in the black space, pale, tired, the ghost of a man who had almost done something, and then decided not to. The apartment settled into its usual night noises. Fridge hum, AC breath, traffic hiss beyond the fence. Upstairs, neighbor flushing a toilet. I turned the TV off. The room dropped into a soft, dim gray, lit only by the orange smear of the parking lot lights coming through the blinds. Then it hit. The mechanical hush. It arrived like it always did, wrong. The fridge clicked off mid-cycle. The AC fan wound down to a stop. Outside, the traffic noise dipped, then seemed to vanish altogether, like someone had muted the world for a beat. Even the apartment's little internal ticks, the water heater, the building settling, went still. The silence crashed in so hard it had a texture. My ears rang with it. In that dense, unnatural quiet, another sound slid through. A small metallic tap at the back of the apartment. Then another. Tink, tink. Like something light but hard making contact with metal. The latch. The back door had a simple deadbolt and a metal latch plate screwed into the jamb. It had always had a few scratches around it from keys and moving furniture. I knew those marks. I'd stared at them enough lying on the couch, letting my mind go blank. This was new. I stood up without meaning to. The carpet muffled my steps as I moved through the dark kitchen toward the back door. The hush held. No AC, no fridge, no highway. Just my own breathing and the faint, fading echo of those two little taps. At the door, I flipped the porch light on. The bulb flickered once, then burned steady, casting a weak circle of yellow on the narrow concrete pad outside and the strip of dead grass beyond. The chain-link fence stood where it always did, glinting dull silver. No one there. I checked the lock. Solid. My eyes dropped to the latch plate. There, just below the curve, where the bolt slid in a new mark. A fresh scratch, thin and bright, cutting a neat little arc into the dull, scuffed metal. Too round to be from a key jabbed in a hurry. Not a straight line like furniture. A ring. The kind a chain link might leave if somebody or something had swung it just right. just once. The fridge kicked back on behind me with a low, rumbling sigh. The AC followed a second later, starting up with a rattling gasp. Outside, a car roared past, tires hissing on the pavement. The world exhaled. I stood there with my hand on the deadbolt, staring at that tiny, perfect curve in the metal. I told myself it was nothing, that it had always been there, that maybe I'd done it moving in, clipping the latch with a box corner. But standing in that shaky, returning noise, feeling my heartbeat thudding in my throat, I knew two things with the kind of certainty that does not care what you want to be true. Tyler was still out there, and I was not the only one who remembered what we had put on the bottom of the bay. 7.1. Why I chose a horror channel and not a lawyer. Right now, it is a little after 1 in the morning, and I am doing the thing I have not done for almost 3 years. I am putting all of this in order. Not for a cop, not for a lawyer, not for some detective who might finally decide to call me. I am writing it for a horror channel. For you. I understand how pathetic that sounds. The apartment is the same one I told you about already. 1 bedroom, 2nd floor, backing up to the chain link and the strip of dead grass. Fridge humming in the tiny kitchen. Wall AC unit breathing like an old man with a chest cold. Sodium orange glow from the parking lot leaking in around the blinds. Out in the hallway, my upstairs neighbor is pacing again. Heel toe, each step a muffled thump overhead. Somewhere deeper in the building, the elevator dings every so often, a lonely chime that sounds weird at this hour, like a bell that forgot church is over. From the lot below, a car door slams now, and then followed by the click of key fobs and the beep of alarms setting. All of it is normal. All of it is the stuff people live their whole lives under without thinking twice. I have spent years trying to let it drown out what happened on that boat. It never worked. The laptop is on the same cheap, wobbly table I eat off of. The fan inside it whirs in a thin, high tone. The cursor blinks at the bottom of this document, a little metronome of accusation. I keep checking the time in the corner of the screen, like that matters to the dead. If you are wondering why I am not sending this to the police, it is not because I think what I did is forgivable. It is because I am a coward in all the small practical ways that matter. I had chances. The hour after it happened, when the chain burns were still fresh on my palms, I could have walked past Rick, past Tyler, straight up the ramp and into a squad car. I could have pointed out to the officers which patch of water to drag first. I did not. The week the news segment ran with their faces under the words "missing boaters" and that phone number glowing at the bottom of the screen, I could have dialed it. I could have asked for whoever is handling the Hawks case and said the words "anchor and chain" and 300 feet. I did not. The day I found Tyler's envelope in my locker, I could have handed the whole thing to a detective and said, "This is what fear looks like with a dollar sign." I did not. Every time I thought about walking into a station, my brain did not show me justice. It showed me cameras. Dock cameras catching me loading the duffel. Office cameras catching me walking back in without them. Marina staff saying, "Yeah, he was there, he left with them, quiet guy, kept to himself, always liked the night shift." You tell a cop, I watched them get taped up and chained to a block, and I did nothing because I froze. And some ex-child star told me I belonged to him now, and maybe they believe you. Maybe a jury believes you. Maybe they do not. Even if they do, the best case is not clean. Best case, I am cooperating witness and accessory. Best case, I trade one set of chains for another, this time around my wrists in a courtroom with my mother watching my trial on the same kind of TV she used to watch his show on. Worst case, I go down with him. Same headlines, different charges. So I did what people like me do more often than anyone wants to admit. I hid in the cracks, between the right thing and the survivable thing. I kept my head down. I told myself the case had gone cold, and cold things are better left buried. Then his face started popping up in recommended boxes like some kind of ghost with an upload schedule. Videos, thumbnails, his smile in other marinas, other harbors, words like saved and rescued and family and redemption floating next to his head. Channels praising his grind, his heart, his love for the ocean. Every time I saw it, something in me curdled. Every time I scrolled past instead of clicking, something else shrank. I started to realize that this was never going to stay just mine and his and the chain. The internet is a strange kind of tide. It pulls certain people up whether they deserve it or not. It lets them build little islands of themselves decorated with sponsors and merch and fan comments. There is a version of the future where he keeps growing, where his story overwhelms theirs, where the only record left is what he chooses to show: the episode about saving some boat, the vlog about chasing your dreams, the podcast interview where he talks about dark times in vague terms that never once involve an engine block vanishing into a hole on the chart. The idea of him getting to write the ending made me sicker than the thought of prison ever did. That is where you come in. I am not sending this to you because I think you are going to solve a crime. You might not even be in the same state. I do not know how hard your team actually tries to verify the stories they get, or if this will just go into a folder labeled "too much liability." I'm sending it because telling it out loud is the only thing left that feels like not cooperating with him. Lawyers work in systems. Systems have rules. Rules can be bent by money and time and how charming someone looks on camera. Horror channels bypass all of that. People will sit in the dark and listen to you talk about bad things long after the cops have closed the file. They will remember details that detectives do not have room for in boxes on forms. They will replay the sounds you describe over and over in their heads. That is what I have been living with: sounds. The mechanical hush in the marina break room when the news shifted away from them. The scrape of chain over the rail burning through my hands. The muffled knock of their bodies hitting the wood before gravity took over. The weird power dips in my apartment. The brief silences where all the machines seem to agree to hold their breath at once. I do not know if those are ghosts or guilt, or just the universe reminding me it has more than one way to be quiet. What I do know is that if I die tomorrow in some stupid way, a car accident on my way to work, a heart attack behind the register at 3 a.m, this story goes into the ground with me unless I put it somewhere else first. Somewhere nosy, somewhere loud, somewhere that specializes in turning other people's worst nights into something strangers cannot stop listening to. That is you. So here I am at this unremarkable table in this unremarkable box of an apartment with YouTube and the news and the legal system all one tab away, and I am choosing to hit send on an email to a channel that asks people to like and subscribe after they tell you about the worst thing that ever happened to them. Call it cowardice. Call it a confession written in the wrong direction. I do not disagree. I am not asking you to redeem me. I am not asking your audience to forgive me. I do not think they should. I am just trying, finally, to get the words to line up in the same place as the sounds. On the screen in front of me, the last line I typed still sits there, daring me not to delete it. I helped kill them. As I finish the sentence, the kitchen light over the stove flickers once, twice. The fridge coughs and cuts off mid-hum. For a second, the AC forgets how to breathe. The apartment falls into that familiar wrong silence again. Mechanical hush, wrapping around the words like a closing fist. 7.2. The versions of this I deleted. This is not the first time I have tried to tell this story. If you looked at the hard drive on this laptop the right way, if you knew how to dig into all the places I do not understand, you would probably find ghosts made of half-erased text, cached drafts, auto-saved versions, fragments of sentences that start with, "on the day they disappeared," and then just stop. I keep thinking about how many times I almost told the right people and then backed away, like the edge of the dock was suddenly too close. The first attempt was the cleanest. 6 months after Mark and Eileen went on the news as missing boaters, I sat in this same chair at this same table with the police department's website open on my screen. There was a link for anonymous tips, big and blue and helpful, with a little blurb underneath about how you can make a difference, and no detail is too small. The form was simple: name optional, contact optional, case number if you knew it. A big empty box labeled "Describe what you know." My fingers hovered over the keys for a long time before they managed to push out anything at all. I started safe. I think I know something about the missing couple from the marina. Then I added more. They did not leave in a car. They never came back from a sea trial. You should look at the deepest part of the bay on the chart. You should ask why the new owner sold the boat so fast. Every sentence made my heart beat harder. My hands left faint, sweaty prints on the plastic of the keyboard. My stomach clenched like it was trying to fold in on itself. By the time I typed the words "anchor" and "chain," my vision had gone a little fuzzy at the edges. My cursor hovered over the submit button. It was late, always that dead band of night, when the building feels more like a held breath than a place to live. The fridge hummed, the AC pushed out its tired air, the upstairs neighbor's TV bled laugh track through the ceiling. Outside, a car rolled by tires, whispering on the road. I took a breath, moved the mouse a fraction of an inch closer, and the apartment did what it does when it wants my attention. The fridge cut off mid-cycle with a soft, strangled click. The AC fan wound down in 3 uneven beats, and then went still. The sound of traffic outside thinned and dropped away, as if every driver had taken their foot off the gas at the same time. Mechanically, hush. I stared at the glowing submit button, the little spinning circle that appears on some sites when they are waiting for you to do something. The silence pressed in on my eardrums. My pulse sounded loud in my head, a rough knock against bone. Then off to the side of the browser, a notification popped up. "Recommended for you," it said. The thumbnail was his face. I did not click. I shut the laptop instead too fast. The lid snapped with a crack that made me flinch. The screen went dark, taking the form and the half-written confession with it. A second later, the fridge kicked back on. The AC coughed itself awake. Somewhere outside, a motorcycle revved too loud. When I opened the laptop again the next day, the browser had timed out. The form was blank. I told myself it was a glitch, that I would write it again. I did not. The second attempt was through an entirely different door. There is a section on the Crime Stoppers site where you can call instead of type. I tried that once, sitting in my parked car behind the gas station at 2 a.m. Phone in my hand, engine off, windows cracked just enough to let in the smell of asphalt and fryer oil from the all-night burger place down the road. The automated voice told me my call might be recorded. It assured me I could remain anonymous. It gave me a series of numbers to press. Every time I tried to push the first one, my thumb tingled and went dumb. My heart slammed so hard, it felt like the steering wheel was shaking. The dashboard lights seemed too bright, like I was on stage. I listened to the menu 3 times, breathing harder with each repetition. The recorded voice sounded too calm, too patient, like it had all the time in the world, and I did not. When I finally hung up, my hand left a smear of sweat on the plastic of the phone case. I sat there in the dark car for a long time, engine off, the ticking of cooling metal under the hood, sounding like someone tapping on something far away. I never made it past the options. The third kind of draft I do not like to admit to the one I started writing directly to him. It was a night like any other, hours into a shift, no one in the station but me and the perpetual hum of refrigeration units. I took my break in the tiny back office with the door open so I could hear the bell over the front door. I pulled up his channel on my phone. The subscriber count was bigger than the last time I had checked. New thumbnails, new smiles, new rescues. I opened his profile, hit message. The box popped up. I typed without thinking. I know what you did off Newport. I know about the block and the chain and the couple you left down there. The words on their own felt thin, so I added detail. The misspelled last name, the way he had whooped when they went under. The exact depth Mark had pointed to on the chart, the number burned into my brain like a brand. My thumbs were slick, sliding on the screen. I hovered over send. It was like the apartment knew even though I was not in it. Out front in the empty store, the cooler compressors picked the same moment to stop. The ever-present whoosh of the soda fridge cut out. The buzzing fluorescent over the coffee station flickered and went dead. The building dropped into a kind of manufactured stillness that felt too much like that second on the stern before the chain took them. I sat alone in the dim office with the phone screen lighting my hands, hyper-aware of every tiny sound, the faint tick of the security camera in the corner, adjusting the small crackle of the neon open 24 hours sign outside as it fought to stay lit. In that weird quiet, my phone vibrated once in my hand. The message draft window dropped out of view as the app decided it had something more important to show me. Autoplay, recommended next. A clip from one of his videos filled the screen instead, an out-of-context moment from mid-episode. He was standing on some other rotten boat in some other harbor, sun behind him, hair blown by the wind. "You can always walk away," he was saying, laughing, talking to whoever was holding the camera. "You do not have to stay somewhere that is not good for you." The line was clearly about something else in that cut, about a job, about a boatyard, about toxic people. But hearing it then in that hush on my screen, timed perfectly, with the tremor in my thumb over the send button, it felt like he was answering me directly. "You can always walk away." I backed out of the message, deleted the draft, locked the phone. The coolers rattled back to life with a staggered chorus of motors. The coffee machine beeped as if offended by the interruption. A car pulled up to the pumps outside, bass thumping through closed windows. The world resumed. If you string these moments together, the form "I did not submit the call, I did not make the message, I did not send," you start to see a pattern uglier than just fear. Every time I got close to sending the story in a direction where it might actually be used against him, something in me seized up. My body reacted like the chain had looped around my own wrists and someone had tugged. And every time the universe seemed to lean in with that mechanical hush, like it was giving me a chance to hear myself choosing. That is why this file feels different. I have deleted versions of this email to you too more than once. Shorter ones, vaguely worded ones. One where I pretended I was just a friend of someone who might have seen something. They all sounded wrong, like half-truths trying to pass as entertainment. This one has names, depths, sounds, and I can feel that familiar pressure starting again, the tightness in my chest, the slick of sweat between my shoulder blades, the way my fingers hesitate every time they slide toward the attach and send buttons. I know the hush is coming. I can already hear the AC getting ready to trip the fridge coil, winding up to its little death rattle, the traffic outside thinning as the night gets deeper. I do not know if this version will survive what the others did not. I just know that if I delete it too, there may not be another one left in me. 7.3. The sound that came after I finished writing. By the time I finally reached the last part of this story, the clock on the stove had rolled over to 2:41 a.m. It is a stupidly specific time to notice, but that is what my brain does now. It pins things to numbers like that matters, depth in feet, dates on missing posters, timestamps on news segments, the exact minute I chose to write down what I did instead of trying to sleep through it again. The apartment was in its night mode. I had turned off every light except the one over the stove and the glow from the laptop screen. The overhead in the living room always feels too bright after midnight, too exposing, like I am putting on a show for nobody. The stove light is softer yellow and tired, throwing a little triangle of illumination across the linoleum and up onto the cabinet doors. The laptop added a pale bluish wash that made my hands look bloodless where they hovered over the keyboard. Outside the blinds, the parking lot was a smear of sodium orange. I could see the top half of one SUV from where I sat, its roof slick and dull antenna making a thin black line against the sky. The soundtrack was the same as always, fridge humming in the corner of the kitchen, a low, steady vibration. Wall AC unit in the window, breathing in that intermittent wheezing cycle. Pops and ticks from the building as whatever heat was left in the walls tried to equalize with the night. Downstairs, someone's TV was murmuring the sound filtered into nothing but tone. A car rolled through the lot every few minutes, tires whispering over the cracked asphalt. Somewhere at the far end of the hall, a door closed latch catching with a soft, hollow clack. Normal noises. Living noises. On the screen, the document I had been building for hours now stretched longer than I meant it to. Chapter after chapter. Marina lights, dock cameras, that boat, that day, the envelope, his videos, the chain. I scrolled back up once just to see it all at once, like proof that I had actually done it this time. Then I came back down to the bottom, to the last few lines, the place where all the sound I have been talking about needed some kind of echo. My fingers hovered over the keys. Then I typed the sentence I had been avoiding since the beginning. They are still down there. The moment I hit the period, the apartment flinched. The fridge cut off mid-hum, not in the usual way, where it cycles down, but like someone had yanked the plug. The AC fan clicked twice and went dead. The downstairs TV cut to silence between words. Even the faint, distant hiss of the highway beyond the complex, the white noise I had grown so used to, that I only noticed it when it stopped thinned and slid away like someone had closed a door on it. Mechanical hush. Except this time it held. What usually lasted a breath or two stretched into something more, 3 seconds, maybe more, long enough for my brain to register. Not just the silence itself, but the way it pressed against my eardrums, the way it made my own pulse sound too loud in my head. And in that thick, wrong quiet, something else slipped through. Metal on wood. It started faint, like it was happening in another room or another floor. A soft, dragging scrape, then a pause. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Not the high-light sound of a chair leg or a dropped key. Lower. Heavier. The sound of weight moving reluctantly over something that did not want to let it go. For one wild second, I thought it was coming from under my feet. From the empty apartment below mine, the one with the blinds always half closed, and the mail slot stuffed with junk flyers nobody ever picks up. The floor felt different under my heels, like there was a second slower heartbeat coming up through the cheap carpet. Then the direction shifted. The next scrape came from the hallway side, a slow, deliberate drag just on the other side of my front door, as if something hard and linked was being pulled along the length of the threshold. Scrape. Scrape. My chair creaked when I shifted. The sound made me jump sharp and foreign in that suspended quiet. My hands were damp on the laptop's edge. The chain, or whatever my brain insists on calling a chain, stopped right where the door jamb met the deadbolt. Then there was another sound, smaller, but somehow worse. The doorknob rattled, not like somebody pounding on it, not some drunk neighbor trying the wrong apartment. Just a tiny test, a light metal-on-metal tremble as if fingers had curled around it from the outside and given it the gentlest possible shake to see how much give there was. The hairs on the back of my neck went straight up. My mouth went dry. I did not stand up. That is the part that bothers me even now as I write this. I did not lunge for the peephole. I did not grab the phone. I sat there at the table with my shoulders locked and my eyes glued to the screen like the laptop was the only thing keeping me tethered to the room. The cursor still blinked at the end of the sentence I had just typed. They are still down there. Whoever, whatever was on the other side of that door seemed to listen for a second, the way you lean toward a seashell to make sure you hear the ocean. My heart hammered so loud I could feel it in my teeth. Then, as if some invisible hand had decided the moment was over, the world exhaled. The fridge kicked back on with its usual low rumble. The AC fan staggered into motion, rattling the window frame. The murmur of the downstairs TV returned mid-scene, somebody laughing at a joke I could not hear. Out on the road, a truck downshifted engine growling as it rolled through the intersection. Down the hall, a toilet flushed. Water rushed through pipes in the wall, a quick, messy rush that somehow felt more obscene than anything else that had happened in the last minute. The doorknob stayed still. No footsteps retreated from the hallway. No chain scraped off toward the stairwell. If there had been any marks on the wood or the metal, I could not see them from where I sat. All I had was the echo of that sound in my head, and the feeling that the apartment had just passed some kind of pressure test. On the screen, my email client sat open in another window behind the document. The to-line was already filled in with the address listed on your channel page. The subject line read, "True story or not, I need you to hear this." The body of the message was this: "Everything you have just read." My mouse sat motionless on the pad pointer, hovering a few pixels away from the CND button. One small click between keeping this as one more version I delete and turning it into something that exists in somebody else's hard drive, somebody else's head. For a long moment, I just watched the tiny white arrow tremble as my hand shook. Then I thought about Mark pointing at the chart, tapping the spot in the bay where the depth numbers changed color. I thought about Eileen deliberately leaving a letter out of her name. I thought about Tyler whooping like a kid as they went under. I thought about that chain sound in my hallway, the way whoever tested my door did it gently, like they had all the time in the world. The fridge hummed. The AC breathed. Somewhere down in the lot, a car door slammed, and someone laughed late and thoughtless. Up here in this little box of light and noise, I nudged the mouse that last fraction of an inch until the arrow settled over send. Whether I actually press it is something you can decide later, listening to this in whatever room you are in now. Maybe the fact that you are hearing my voice at all means I did. Maybe it means this is just one more draft living in a place where nobody can subpoena it. Either way, there is one last thing I need you to understand before you turn this off and go check your own locks. I keep hearing that chain when the house goes quiet. Tonight, I decided you should hear it too. If later tonight, your own place drops into that same 1 or 2 second mechanical silence, and you think you hear something dragging just under your floor or behind your door, you can call it pipes or old wood if that helps you sleep. Just remember, there is at least one man out there who smiles when he hears it, and another one sitting here who did not stop him.